gouvernement, le ministère du Plan et du Développement organise les travaux du groupe consultatif pour le financement du Plan national de développement PND 2021-2025, le 15 juin 2022 à Abidjan, Sofitel, Côte d'Ivoire. Partenaires bilatéraux et multilatéraux, ONG et investisseurs privés, vous êtes tous attendus. Visitez le site internet www.gcpnd.gouv.ci pour toute information. PND 2021-2025, tous engagés pour la transformation économique et sociale de la Côte d'Ivoire. Sous le haut patronage de son Excellence M. Alassane Ouattara, président de la République, sous la présidence de M. Patrick Achi, Premier ministre chef du gouvernement, le ministère du Plan et du Développement organise les travaux du groupe consultatif pour le financement du Plan national de développement PND 2021-2025, le 15 juin 2022 à Abidjan, Sofitel, Côte d'Ivoire. Partenaires bilatéraux et multilatéraux, ONG et investisseurs privés, vous êtes tous attendus. Pour accélérer la transformation structurelle de l'économie, renforcer l'inclusion sociale et hisser la Côte d'Ivoire à l'horizon 2030 au rang des pays à revenus intermédiaires de la tranche supérieure, le gouvernement ivoirien a mis en place le Plan national de développement PND 2021-2025. Sous le haut patronage de son Excellence M. Alassane Ouattara, président de la République, sous la présidence de M. Patrick Achi, Premier ministre chef du gouvernement, le ministère du Plan et du Développement organise les travaux du groupe consultatif pour le financement du Plan national de développement PND 2021-2025, le 15 juin 2022 à Abidjan, Sofitel, Côte d'Ivoire. Partenaires bilatéraux et multilatéraux, ONG et investisseurs privés, vous êtes tous attendus. Visitez le site internet www.gcpnd.gouv.ci pour toute information. PND 2021-2025, tous engagés pour la transformation économique et sociale de la Côte d'Ivoire. Sous le haut patronage de son Excellence M. Alassane Ouattara, président de la République, sous la présidence de M. Patrick Achi, Premier ministre chef du gouvernement, le ministère du Plan et du Développement organise les travaux du groupe consultatif pour le financement du Plan national de développement PND 2021-2025, le 15 juin 2022 à Abidjan, Sofitel, Côte d'Ivoire. Partenaires bilatéraux et multilatéraux, ONG et investisseurs privés, vous êtes tous attendus. Pour accélérer la transformation structurelle de l'économie, renforcer l'inclusion sociale et hisser la Côte d'Ivoire à l'horizon 2030 au rang des pays à revenus intermédiaires de la tranche supérieure, le gouvernement ivoirien a mis en place le Plan national de développement PND 2021-2025. Sous le haut patronage de son Excellence M. Alassane Ouattara, président de la République, sous la présidence de M. Patrick Achi, Premier ministre chef du gouvernement, le ministère du Plan et du Développement organise les travaux du groupe consultatif pour le financement du Plan national de développement PND 2021-2025, le 15 juin 2022 à Abidjan, Sofitel, Côte d'Ivoire. Partenaires bilatéraux et multilatéraux, ONG et investisseurs privés, vous êtes tous attendus. Visitez le site internet www.gcpnd.gouv.ci pour toute information. PND 2021-2025, tous engagés pour la transformation économique et sociale de la Côte d'Ivoire. Sous le haut patronage de son Excellence M. Alassane Ouattara, président de la République, sous la présidence de M. Patrick Achi, Premier ministre chef du gouvernement, le ministère du Plan et du Développement organise les travaux du groupe consultatif pour le financement du Plan national de développement PND 2021-2025, le 15 juin 2022 à Abidjan, Sofitel, Côte d'Ivoire. Partenaires bilatéraux et multilatéraux, ONG et investisseurs privés, vous êtes tous attendus. Pour accélérer la transformation structurelle de l'économie, renforcer l'inclusion sociale et hisser la Côte d'Ivoire à l'horizon 2030 au rang des pays à revenus intermédiaires de la tranche supérieure, le gouvernement ivoirien a mis en place le Plan national de développement PND 2021-2025. Sous le haut patronage de son Excellence M. Alassane Ouattara, président de la République, sous la présidence de M. Patrick Achi, Premier ministre chef du gouvernement, le ministère du Plan et du Développement organise les travaux du groupe consultatif pour le financement du Plan national de développement PND 2021-2025, le 15 juin 2022 à Abidjan, Sofitel, Côte d'Ivoire. Partenaires bilatéraux et multilatéraux, ONG et investisseurs privés, vous êtes tous attendus. Visitez le site internet www.gcpnd.gouv.ci pour toute information. PND 2021-2025, tous s'engager pour la transformation économique et sociale de la Côte d'Ivoire. Sous le haut patronage de son Excellence M. Alassane Ouattara, président de la République, sous la présidence de M. Patrick Kachi, Premier ministre chef du gouvernement, le ministère du Plan et du Développement organise les travaux du groupe consultatif pour le financement du Plan national de développement PND 2021-2025, le 15 juin 2022 à Abidjan, Sofitel Hôtel Ivoire. Partenaires bilatéraux et multilatéraux, ONG et investisseurs privés, vous êtes tous attendus. Pour accélérer la transformation structurelle de l'économie, renforcer l'inclusion sociale et hisser la Côte d'Ivoire à l'horizon 2030 au rang des pays à revenus intermédiaires de la tranche supérieure, le gouvernement ivoirien a mis en place le Plan national de développement PND 2021-2025. Sous le haut patronage de son Excellence M. Alassane Ouattara, président de la République, sous la présidence de M. Patrick Kachi, Premier ministre chef du gouvernement, le ministère du Plan et du Développement organise les travaux du groupe consultatif pour le financement du Plan national de développement PND 2021-2025, le 15 juin 2022 à Abidjan, Sofitel Hôtel Ivoire. Partenaires bilatéraux et multilatéraux, ONG et investisseurs privés, vous êtes tous attendus. Visitez le site internet www.gcpnd.gouv.ci pour toute information. PND 2021-2025, tous s'engager pour la transformation économique et sociale de la Côte d'Ivoire. Sous le haut patronage de son Excellence M. Alassane Ouattara, président de la République, sous la présidence de M. Patrick Kachi, Premier ministre chef du gouvernement, le ministère du Plan et du Développement organise les travaux du groupe consultatif pour le financement du Plan national de développement PND 2021-2025, le 15 juin 2022 à Abidjan, Sofitel Hôtel Ivoire. Partenaires bilatéraux et multilatéraux, ONG et investisseurs privés, vous êtes tous attendus. Pour accélérer la transformation structurelle de l'économie, renforcer l'inclusion sociale et hisser la Côte d'Ivoire à l'horizon 2030 au rang des pays à revenus intermédiaires de la tranche supérieure, le gouvernement ivoirien a mis en place le Plan national de développement PND 2021-2025. Sous le haut patronage de son Excellence M. Alassane Ouattara, président de la République, sous la présidence de M. Patrick Kachi, Premier ministre chef du gouvernement, le ministère du Plan et du Développement organise les travaux du groupe consultatif pour le financement du Plan national de développement PND 2021-2025, le 15 juin 2022 à Abidjan, Sofitel Hôtel Ivoire. Partenaires bilatéraux et multilatéraux, ONG et investisseurs privés, vous êtes tous attendus. Visitez le site internet www.gcpnd.gouv.ci pour toute information. PND 2021-2025, tous engagés pour la transformation économique et sociale de la Côte d'Ivoire. Sous le haut patronage de son Excellence M. Alassane Ouattara, président de la République, sous la présidence de M. Patrick Kachi, Premier ministre chef du gouvernement, le ministère du Plan et du Développement organise les travaux du groupe consultatif pour le financement du Plan national de développement PND 2021-2025, le 15 juin 2022 à Abidjan, Sofitel Hôtel Ivoire. Partenaires bilatéraux et multilatéraux, ONG et investisseurs privés, vous êtes tous attendus. Pour accélérer la transformation structurelle de l'économie, renforcer l'inclusion sociale et hisser la Côte d'Ivoire à l'horizon 2030 au rang des pays à revenus intermédiaires de la tranche supérieure, le gouvernement ivoirien a mis en place le Plan national de développement PND 2021-2025. Sous le haut patronage de son Excellence M. Alassane Ouattara, président de la République, sous la présidence de M. Patrick Kachi, Premier ministre chef du gouvernement, le ministère du Plan et du Développement organise les travaux du groupe consultatif pour le financement du Plan national de développement PND 2021-2025, le 15 juin 2022 à Abidjan, Sofitel Hôtel Ivoire. Partenaires bilatéraux et multilatéraux, ONG et investisseurs privés, vous êtes tous attendus. Visitez le site internet www.gcpnd.gouv.ci pour toute information. PND 2021-2025, tous engagés pour la transformation économique et sociale de la Côte d'Ivoire. Sous le haut patronage de son Excellence M. Alassane Ouattara, président de la République, sous la présidence de M. Patrick Achi, Premier ministre chef du gouvernement, le ministère du Plan et du Développement organise les travaux du groupe consultatif pour le financement du Plan national de développement PND 2021-2025, le 15 juin 2022 à Abidjan, Sofitel Hôtel Ivoire. Partenaires bilatéraux et multilatéraux, ONG et investisseurs privés, vous êtes tous attendus. Pour accélérer la transformation structurelle de l'économie, renforcer l'inclusion sociale et hisser la Côte d'Ivoire à l'horizon 2030 au rang des pays à revenus intermédiaires de la tranche supérieure, le gouvernement ivoirien a mis en place le Plan national de développement PND 2021-2025. Sous le haut patronage de son Excellence M. Alassane Ouattara, président de la République, sous la présidence de M. Patrick Achi, Premier ministre chef du gouvernement, le ministère du Plan et du Développement organise les travaux du groupe consultatif pour le financement du Plan national de développement PND 2021-2025, le 15 juin 2022 à Abidjan, Sofitel Hôtel Ivoire. Partenaires bilatéraux et multilatéraux, ONG et investisseurs privés, vous êtes tous attendus. Visitez le site internet www.gcpnd.gouv.ci pour toute information. PND 2021-2025, tous s'engager pour la transformation économique et sociale de la Côte d'Ivoire. Sous le haut patronage de son Excellence M. Alassane Ouattara, président de la République, sous la présidence de M. Patrick Achi, Premier ministre chef du gouvernement, le ministère du Plan et du Développement organise les travaux du groupe consultatif pour le financement du Plan national de développement PND 2021-2025, le 15 juin 2022 à Abidjan, Sofitel Hôtel Ivoire. Partenaires bilatéraux et multilatéraux, ONG et investisseurs privés, vous êtes tous attendus. Pour accélérer la transformation structurelle de l'économie, renforcer l'inclusion sociale et hisser la Côte d'Ivoire à l'horizon 2030 au rang des pays à revenus intermédiaires de la tranche supérieure, le gouvernement ivoirien a mis en place le Plan national de développement PND 2021-2025. Sous le haut patronage de son Excellence M. Alassane Ouattara, président de la République, sous la présidence de M. Patrick Achi, Premier ministre chef du gouvernement, le ministère du Plan et du Développement organise les travaux du groupe consultatif pour le financement du Plan national de développement PND 2021-2025, le 15 juin 2022 à Abidjan, Sofitel Hôtel Ivoire. Partenaires bilatéraux et multilatéraux, ONG et investisseurs privés, vous êtes tous attendus. Visitez le site internet www.gcpnd.gouv.ci pour toute information. PND 2021-2025, tous engagés pour la transformation économique et sociale de la Côte d'Ivoire. Sous le haut patronage de son Excellence M. Alassane Ouattara, président de la République, sous la présidence de M. Patrick Achi, Premier ministre chef du gouvernement, le ministère du Plan et du Développement organise les travaux du groupe consultatif pour le financement du Plan national de développement PND 2021-2025, le 15 juin 2022 à Abidjan, Sofitel Hôtel Ivoire. Partenaires bilatéraux et multilatéraux, ONG et investisseurs privés, vous êtes tous attendus. Pour accélérer la transformation structurelle de l'économie, renforcer l'inclusion sociale et hisser la Côte d'Ivoire.
Let's welcome the Vice President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, Mr. Timoko Kone. Let's also welcome the Prime Minister of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire and the President of the Parliament, as well as the members of the government. Please, ladies and gentlemen, do put your telephones on silent mode. We are still waiting for the Vice President of the Republic to finish greeting all the attending officials. Thank you for this warm welcome granted to the Vice President of the Republic and to all the officials who will chair this session. Please, our friend from the media, we would appreciate if you could leave the scene now. Please, our friends from the media, we are waiting for you to begin. Your Excellency, Mr. Kone Timoko, Vice President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, representing His Excellency Mr. Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, Mr. Patrick Achi, Prime Minister, Chief of the Ivorian Government, Mr. Adama Dogo, President of the National Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, members of the government, Madam the Minister of Planning and Development, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors and members of the accredited diplomatic representatives in Côte d'Ivoire, representative of technical and development partners, ladies and gentlemen, with all protocol observed, dear experts. First of all, I would like to welcome all of you to this important event. Mr. Vice President of the Republic, ladies and gentlemen, our country, Côte d'Ivoire, on its way to development is achieving great things every day. Such a performance is made possible thanks to an efficient planning developed by the government. From the vision held by the President of the Republic, we have developed this PND, which is the National Development Plan 2021-2025, which is the third PND, the National Development Plan, which is a clear evidence of the great ambitions of Côte d'Ivoire, with great dreams and great expectations. A great project for which the country needs your contribution as development partners, because it includes a very important project for more investment and development. So this was the right place to come in order to present to all of you what Côte d'Ivoire is about in terms of wealth, resources, and needs. This is the context in which we are here this morning. Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President of the Republic, Mr. Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, welcome to the consultative group for the funding of the PND, the National Development Plan 2021-2025. It is an important meeting intended to mobilize all of you, national and international investors, for the funding of this third plan. This is just the opening ceremony where we'll have a series of addresses, then a video to present the resources of Côte d'Ivoire, and then the Vice President of the Republic, representing His Excellency Mr. Alassane Ouattara, will make his opening remarks. Now, in terms of remarks, we will have Mr. Jean-Marie Aka, chairperson of the organization of company owners, Mr. Jobson Keshman, EU ambassador to Côte d'Ivoire, Mr. Akinwumi Adesina, chairman of the AFDB, Mr. Mansour Mokhtar, Vice Chairman of the Islamic Development Bank, Mr. Sergio Bimenta, Vice Chairman of the SFI, and then the speech of His Excellency Mr. Alassane Ouattara, represented by the Vice President of the Republic. All those remarks will come after the remarks of the Minister of Planning and Development of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, that I'm asking you to welcome now, Mrs. Kaba Niale. Please put your hands together for her. Mrs. Kaba Niale will deliver her speech from her seat. Please clap for her. Excellency Mr. Timoko Melie Kone, Vice President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, Mr. Patrick Ashi, Prime Minister, Head of the Government, ladies and gentlemen, President of the institutions of the Republic, ladies and gentlemen, members of the government, Mr. Abdoulaye Diop, Chairman of the OMO Commission, the sitting governor of the Central Bank of West Africa, Mr. Sergio Pimenta, Vice President Africa of SFI, from the World Bank Group, Mr. Mansour Monta, Vice President of the Islamic Development Bank, Mrs. Yassine Fall, Vice President, sitting Vice President of the African Development Group in charge of regional development, Mr. Josk von Kirschmann, EU Ambassador to Côte d'Ivoire, Mr. Philippe Poinceau, Resident Coordinator of the UN System, Mr. Jean-Marie Aka, President of the CGC, ladies and gentlemen, members of the diplomatic body and members of the decentralized administration, ladies and gentlemen, President of Consular Chambers, dear General Directors, Head of Departments, the General Director of Planning and Poverty Alleviation, dear experts, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen from the media. It is my honor and my pleasure to welcome all of you to this meeting on the funding of the National Development Plan 2021-2025, which is the third plan, a third meeting organized by Côte d'Ivoire after the ones organized in Paris in 2012. First of all, allow me to convey my gratitude to His Excellency Mr. Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic, for his relentless support and trust in the preparation of the PND 2021-2025 and also for the organization of this important event. Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President of the Republic, you are the chairperson of this meeting. You were recently occupying the position of the head of our monetary institution. For me, it is a sign of success, and thank you for your commitment. I would also like to thank the Prime Minister, head of the government, for supervising the preparation of this PND and for his personal involvement in the organization of this consultative meeting. Dear colleagues, members of the government, the National Development Plan is a joint achievement. This is why I want to thank you for your collaboration, and I would also like to endorse you in the greetings that you have expressed to the financial and technical partners who have been with us all along the way in the preparation of the PND and the organization of this consultative meeting. In this context, allow me to recognize the contribution of the Deputy Director of the World Bank in Côte d'Ivoire. I also want to recognize the presence of the Director of the French Development Agency, the resident representative of the UNDP. I would also like to extend my thanks to the Deputy General Director of the AFDB, the Chief of the EU Cooperation, and the Supervisor of the EU System. We have benefited from their contribution and from the contribution of the Islamic Development Bank. With my colleagues, I would like to say thank you to all the partners and investors who came from everywhere in the world to support Côte d'Ivoire and give to Côte d'Ivoire more visibility in a time where our country really needs to be more resilient. I also want to commend my collaborators. For instance, the National Directorate of Planning and Development, headed by the General Director, Mr. Cissé Marcelin, for the commitment and the energy that they have put in the organization of this consultative meeting. Mr. Vice President, honorable guest, after the successful implementation of the previous national development plans, we are here this morning in order to mobilize the resources necessary for the consolidation of the result and for the structural transformation of our economy. This PND is aimed at building Côte d'Ivoire that will be more solidary and prosperous and generate wealth for the benefit of all the inhabitants through funding provided by the private sector up to 74%, and this requires more action from the government and the development partners in order to continue the necessary investment and commitment for the construction of a strong and resilient governing body and promoting the development of human capital, and also develop economic and social infrastructures that will enable better development of the private sector. So much is expected from the national and international investors who are invited to take advantage of all the opportunities presented here in our country. We are inviting you to come in a fastly growing economy. I also wish that during this day where we'll have debates, panels, B2B and B2G, that everyone will be fully committed and involved. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you, Mrs. Kabanyale, Minister of Planning and Development. Thank you, Madam. Before proceeding with the next remarks, let's take a few minutes to watch this video presenting the economic assets of Côte d'Ivoire.
Pour accélérer la transformation structurelle de l'économie, renforcer l'inclusion sociale et hisser la Côte d'Ivoire à l'horizon 2030 au rang des pays à revenus intermédiaires supérieurs, le gouvernement ivoirien a mis en place le plan national de développement PND 2021-2025.
Avec 28 millions d'habitants en 2021 et 322 462 km² de superficie, la Côte d'Ivoire
le ministère
est un
du
pays
Plan et du
riche.
Développement organise les travaux
Riche
du groupe
de ses hommes et
consultatif
femmes,
pour le financement
riche de
du
sa
Plan
terre,
national de
riche
développement
de sa culture.
PND 2021-2025. Le 15 juin 2022 à Abidjan, Sofitel au Côte d'Ivoire. Partenaires bilatéraux et multilatéraux, ONG et investisseurs privés, vous êtes tous attendus. Visitez le site internet www.gcpnd.gouv.ci pour toute information. PND 2021-2025, tous engagés pour la transformation économique et sociale de la Côte d'Ivoire. De M. Patrick Kachi, Premier ministre, chef du gouvernement. Le ministère du Plan et du Développement organise les travaux du groupe consultatif pour le financement.
Mr. President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, the Honorable Prime Minister, head of the government of Côte d'Ivoire, ladies and gentlemen, heads of institutions, international institutions and national institutions, ladies and gentlemen, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, members of the diplomatic corps, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of financial development institutions, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege and delight for me to take the floor on behalf of the General Confederation of Enterprises in Côte d'Ivoire and the entire private sector in Côte d'Ivoire to bid you the warm welcome on the occasion of this momentous meeting of the advisory group for the funding of the National Development Plan 2021-2025 of Côte d'Ivoire. Your Excellencies, the Vice President, I'd like to express our recognition and appreciation for involving the private sector in this momentous event. We would like to extend our appreciation to the entire officialdom for embarking on the very robust public-private partnership which started yesterday, which was epitomized by the maiden holding of an interagency seminar with the participation of corporate. Ladies and gentlemen, dear development partners, the private sector of Côte d'Ivoire is all the more delighted to be involved in this advisory forum on the National Development Plan 2021-2025 that has been strongly involved in the devising, and we would like to also express our commitment to helping to trickle down the plan. Your turnout at this meeting crystallizes and speaks volume to your keen interest in Côte d'Ivoire's development. It provides us with assurances as to your will to support the structural transformation of our economies, which is the heart of the 5-year program, which aims to pedestal Côte d'Ivoire by 2030 to reach the ranks of the higher level of intermediate income, the private sector, or mid-income. The private sector is the backbone of this program. Out of the $100 billion that will be required for the implementation, 75%, the 3 quarters are expected from the private sector. Besides, 2 major pillars of the National Development Plan rest on the private sector. The pillar number 1 that captures the CGC Golden Book on Côte d'Ivoire's industrialization, codename Fostering the Structural Transformation of Côte d'Ivoire's Economy through Industrialization and Sustainable Development, as well as pillar number 3, which buttresses private sector development and attracting investment to foster competitiveness in the economy. This National Development Plan also crystallizes social questions as well as environmental issues, which are in line with the government's goal to reach an inclusive and sustainable development. The multifarious reforms are a part of this development plan that cut across several areas, from the business environment to enhancing governance, the competitiveness of the funding of SMEs, in particular, should help to foster the private sector and help us to have champions that will foster the development of Côte d'Ivoire. This is the reason why the private sector has committed itself in a partnership with the government for the implementation of the National Development Plan and is urging the international community, notably the partners, the financial partners, to support the government's efforts by bringing in fundings that are going to complement The private sector of Côte d'Ivoire, for its part, is ready to contribute its part and remains open to foreign investments to tap the multiple opportunities business-wise that Côte d'Ivoire offers to the investors, private and international investors. Our message is that by investing in Côte d'Ivoire, you are opening up a market of 60 million potential customers within the WEMU, West African Economic and Monetary Union. We're talking about 300 million that are gathered within the ECOWAS community, including Nigeria and Ghana, of all people. The Côte d'Ivoire's accession to AFCFTA, African Continental Free Trade Agreement, opens up new opportunities for growth and expansion for companies towards the major regional markets. Such assets make Côte d'Ivoire an ideal destination for investment and with high yield. We would like to assure you that by funding the National Development Plan, you are participating not only in an enthusiastic work of social and economic welfare of a country that is recognized for its hospitality, but also you will enjoy cost-effective and profitable investment. We depend on you. Please depend on us. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to wrap up this appeal by urging you to commit yourself strongly to Côte d'Ivoire by wishing successful proceedings. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Jean-Marie Aka, Chairman of the General Confederation of Côte d'Ivoire, of enterprises in Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Côte d'Ivoire has recorded a social and economic performance that speak volume, and we have a short documentary that will showcase these achievements. Rich of its land, rich of its culture.
Sa croissance économique moyenne de 8% de 2012 à 2019, avec la revalorisation du revenu par habitant, après une décennie d'instabilité, fait d'elle un pays vraiment à part. La Côte d'Ivoire a fait preuve de la résilience de son économie face à la pandémie de Covid-19, avec un taux de croissance positif de 2% en 2020. Ces performances économiques obtenues avec l'appui de nos partenaires au développement ont contribué non seulement à renforcer nos infrastructures économiques et sociales, mais surtout à améliorer les conditions de vie de nos concitoyens. Ainsi, pour la première fois au cours des 3 dernières décennies, le taux de pauvreté s'est inversé avec une baisse de plus de 15 points entre 2011 et 2018. La Côte d'Ivoire est la locomotive de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, première économie de l'Union économique monétaire ouest-africaine, deuxième économie compétitive d'Afrique de l'Ouest, 40% du PIB de l'UEMOA, une gestion macroéconomique saine. La Côte d'Ivoire, opportunité d'investissement dans l'agro-industrie pour créer de la valeur ajoutée et faire contribuer ce secteur à hauteur de 40% du PIB. La Côte d'Ivoire, c'est 35% des ceintures de roches vertes de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, riches en or, diamants, manganèse, bauxite, nickel, pierres ornementales, minerais de fer, etc. La contribution de l'industrie extractive au PIB est de 3,3% en 2020. La production d'or est de 38,523 tonnes en 2020. La production industrielle du manganèse est passée de 511,868 tonnes en 2017 à 1 325 525,55 tonnes en 2020, soit une hausse de 158% en 3 ans. En 2019, la production de nickel atteint 660 144 tonnes avec un nouveau code minier mieux adapté aux réalités de l'économie mondiale. La production de barils de pétrole par jour est de 29 078 et celle du gaz de 195,1 milliards de mètres cubes par jour. La capacité installée de production énergétique de 2229 MW en 2020 est projetée à 4015 MW en 2025. Le secteur présente des opportunités d'investissement d'environ 850 milliards de francs CFA. Les infrastructures de transport modernes font de la Côte d'Ivoire le plus grand carrefour commercial de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. La Côte d'Ivoire est dotée de 2 ports sur sa façade maritime, Abidjan et San Pedro. Le port d'Abidjan est le premier port de commerce en volume de marchandises sur la côte ouest africaine et premier porte-monnaie d'Afrique avec 25 millions de tonnes de trafic net en 2020. L'aéroport international d'Abidjan connecte la Côte d'Ivoire à tous les continents. Le terminal d'Abidjan dessert l'intérieur du pays. 13 000 km de route rallient les villes entre elles et desservent les zones rurales. 1260 km de voies ferroviaires pour 180 000 voyageurs et 900 000 tonnes de frais transportés par an. Au niveau du Doing Business, la Côte d'Ivoire a gagné 32 places depuis 2016. Elle figure au top 10 des pays les plus réformateurs dans le monde. En 2020, les agences de la notation financière lui accordent, comme Moody's, BA3 stable et pour Fitch, perspectives positives. La Côte d'Ivoire, c'est une entreprise créée en moins de 24 heures avec 40 entreprises par jour. De 2012 à 2020, c'est 366 875 milliards de francs CFA d'investissement privé. L'indice général de sécurité en Côte d'Ivoire s'est apprécié de 4 en 2011 à 1,5 en 2021. Nous sommes la Côte d'Ivoire qui travaille avec détermination, courage, qui travaille à relever tous les défis. La Côte d'Ivoire
is the top producer of cocoa, first of cola nuts, first producer of cashew, and the first African producer of latex and banana, plantain, third producer of oil, kernel, palm oil.
Nous sommes la
Côte d'Ivoire that is forging ahead. Côte d'Ivoire that wins the second National Development Plan 2021-20 of $60 billion. Have allowed Côte d'Ivoire to continue pursue these dynamics. The ambition of the goal of the government is to go one extra mile with the processing of commodities. The new National Development Plan 2021-2025 epitomizes and rests on the major investment. We're talking about $59 billion, about $110 billion CFA, 74% expected from the private sector and 26% from the public sector. Development partners, private investors, national and international investors, together let us cast in stone the history of Côte d'Ivoire as it's going down history lane for a cultural, social, and industrial transformation by 2025.
We will simply say, after having seen these footages, which have been shot by the Ministry of Plan and Development, Côte d'Ivoire is the future. Ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me. Let us continue with our addresses. We're inviting the country coordinator of the UN system, Mr. Philippe Poinceau, for his address. He's going to stay at his seat and say his words. Please give him a round of applause. Your Excellency, Mr. Timoko Meliet Kone, Vice President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, Mr. Patrick Ashi, Prime Minister, Mr. Abdamabik Togo, President of the National Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, members of the government, Madam Minister of Plan and Development, Mrs. Nyale Kaba, ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of development partners and the entities of the UN systems for development, ladies and gentlemen, with all protocols observed. I wish in the first place to thank the government of Côte d'Ivoire for the honor granted unto me to take the floor on behalf of all the UN systems for this opening ceremony of this consultative group. Allow me also, Mr. Vice President of the Republic, to commend Côte d'Ivoire for the significant outcome and result that have been recorded these last years under the leadership of His Excellency Mr. Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic, through the implementation of structural reforms, the pursuit of big workshops of infrastructure, and the prevalence of political dialogue consolidating social cohesion in the interest of all the Ivorians and every people living in Côte d'Ivoire. The remarkable performances of Côte d'Ivoire have been reminded and commended this week during the CFO Africa meeting. The invitation which is made today to the development partner, the private sector, to continue to participate to the development of Côte d'Ivoire is marked by this virtual dynamism. This consultative group is intervening at a moment whereby global conflict at sky high, even since the creation of UN, with geopolitical pressure, technological, environmental, and others, which push us very far from one another, while uniting is so needed and so pressuring. And we also need more solidarity, more particularly vis-a-vis African countries. We recognize that a certain number of donors have reached and sometimes have went beyond the commitment of 0.11% for the gross revenue for the assistance to development. But some indicators show that other member states are reducing in an important manner the public assistance to development, and we are changing their commitments. I need to remind you the objective 17 of the development goal by 2030 and its targets and indicators, which aim at strengthening the means of implementing global partnership for sustainable development and revitalize it. This sustainable development, like the other GDD, is like so. This program of sustainable development by 2030, adopted by all the member states in 2015, is this only multilateral framework which is really universal to reach development in these three dimensions: economic, social, and environmental. It applies to the north and to the south in rich countries and in less richer countries. It remains a pledge for future generations. In next July in New York, Côte d'Ivoire will present at a high level social economic committee its second report on the implementation of the sustainable goals for development. We see in the vision of Côte d'Ivoire Solidaire 2030, the development plan 2025, and the structuring initiatives which underpin it, an opportunity to speed up and intensify the goals of sustainable development without letting everybody off the road in order to put the sustainable goals on this good path. The commitment of Côte d'Ivoire not to let anybody off the road, like we remark it in the development program by 2030, is going to be materialized by the pursuit of its effort to address the priority identified during the formulation of PND 2022-2025, speeding up the structural situation of economic development, human capital, or funding of economy through mobilization of interior resources. We want to commend specifically the effort made made with regard to the strengthening of inclusivity with the process of development through the social government program, PF Group 1, PF Group 2. These special programs allow us to speed up the distribution of the fruit of growth through access of community to basic services, young girls, and regional employment, and mitigate the disparities that are existing. I also want to recognize the presence of the private sector and underline the importance of the investment of the private sector to fund the efforts of national development in straight line with the action program of Addis Ababa, which was underlining already in 2015 the importance of aligning private investment with the goals of sustainable development, along with the political objectives locally. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite the private sector and the development partners to please be involved without any reservation to the program of development plan of Côte d'Ivoire. The UN system reaffirms that we're going to be with Côte d'Ivoire and the partners to accompany and support these resource mobilization programs. We are also determined to strengthen coordination and availability of updated data to sustain consistent and coherent goals to reach the sustainable development goals. So thank you for your kind attention. Thank you to you all. Thank you to Mr. Philippe Poinceau. I remind you that you are the country representative of the UN system. After Mr. Poinceau, we're inviting to the stage Mr. Joseph Van Cashman, ambassador of the UN in Côte d'Ivoire. With a big round of applause, please.
His Excellency, the Vice President of Côte d'Ivoire, dear Prime Minister, Head of the Government, the Speaker of the House, ladies and gentlemen, Presidents and Vice President of national, regional financial institutions, dear colleagues and members of the diplomatic corps, dear participants and friends of Côte d'Ivoire, as the ambassador of the EU, now I'm privileged to speak here on behalf of Europe. This is to say that the 27 member states of the EU, all our development bank agencies, and also our European Bank of Investment. What I would like to say, you all know it, you can guess it. And I keep repeating it each and every time. Côte d'Ivoire stands out regarding its economic weight and its central position, a key country, a tremendous economic developed country in the region, meant to contribute to the stability in the entire region in West Africa. And even beyond the economic mission entrusted in Côte d'Ivoire, it promotes democratic values that are universal, and these, of course, that are shared with EU, representing the prerequisites to all development initiatives and also to emergence. Focusing on the National Development Plan, I just have two words. The transparency, making things, the clarity showcased by the government has as component successes as well as challenges faced up by the government for the past 5 years, because things were done in quite a perfect way. And the second thing is the ambition. That's an ambitious country, trying the best you can to not lose up the thread of this ambition. And now it is making good strides before reaching out to this ambition. So dear Minister in charge of Planning and Development, I congratulate you for the tremendous job done for the Development National Plan, and together with my European friends, we appreciate the quality of this tremendous job done, and also how key and paramount this solidarity has stand out and has been. For the preceding period, we recorded an economic growth that live up to the expectations of all your partners, and you end up hiring out issues related to poverty, and these were showcased by some development indicators. That's why we congratulate Côte d'Ivoire's efforts that were deployed without forgetting the side of human capital that benefited from a great deal of development. And as you will agree with me, dear Vice President, looking back on the discussion that we got started last week, with regard to the Development National Plan, and you agree with me that we can see this political strong will to work towards a synergy towards the different goals set forth by the government. And we've noticed that the government is trying the best it can to make sure that the Ivorian citizens and population benefit from the tremendous jobs, tremendous effort deployed for the sake of ensuring an access to services. And this is has gone extra mile completing the National Development Plan. And this is thanks to the different efforts deployed by the government. And we've noticed with regret that all resources were made available to the population. And you agree with me, this is a huge stake with regard to the upcoming years. And for that, we notice that this approach live up to the expectations of the Ivorian citizens and population. Of course, if the population and citizens do not benefit from this development national plan, we're getting away with that. So, to fund, ladies and gentlemen, and dear Vice President, to finance this national development plan, the private sector is highly expected, and 3/4 of the funding comes from the private sector. In a nutshell, the private sector should contribute a great deal when it comes to the funding, and it will be at the core of the different operations that will be funded by the government. Like we said it yesterday, dear Prime Minister, we have to make sure the private sector is fully and wholly brought on board and fully operational at the core of your initiatives. And yes, to tomorrow and in the days ahead, will provide a great deal of contributions to all these your initiatives that you've rolled out and deployed. And I so much believe that this will bring impetus to all the initiatives that you've deployed. Ladies and gentlemen, as we were preparing this meeting with my European colleagues and counterparts, I was impressed by all that was done here. Therefore, you can count on us from the perspective of know-how, funding, and knowledge transfer. So that's a pleasure for us to support and back up the implementation of a national development plan. Thank you.
Thank you to you, Mr. Joseph Kessman, Ambassador of the EU in Côte d'Ivoire, who was speaking on behalf of the Team Europe, as he said. Now, on behalf of the African Bank of Development, I'm going to give the floor to Mrs. Yassine Fan, who is the Interim Vice President in charge of Regional Development, Integration, and Service Provision. So please give her a round of applause as she approaches the stage. Good morning, Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, Your Excellency, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. President of the National Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, President of national institutions and regional institutions, ladies and gentlemen, members of the government, Mrs. Kabanyale, Minister of Plan and Development, Governor of the AFDB, dear colleagues, partners, development partners, with all protocols observed. The president of the AFDB, Mr. Dr. Akumino Odeshima, would have liked being physically present to your side, but because of major constraints, he is really apologizing because he couldn't make it today. Mr. Vice President, the international sessions that are being held today in Abidjan demonstrate, if need be, the recognition by international community of the visionary leadership of fighter for development and status of the head of state, the great builder of our continent. Mr. Vice President, Mr. Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, members of the diplomatic body, these sessions are taking place at a historical moment for this beautiful country, Côte d'Ivoire, one of the big pillars of West Africa and the continent, is showing astounding economic performances, notwithstanding with the challenge of COVID-19, the geopolitical context, without forgetting the effects more and more seen of climate change. We believe in the development of Côte d'Ivoire under the leadership of the head of state, and we have an exemplary collaboration with the competent team surrounding him under the leadership of the Prime Minister, particularly, and with regard to the African Bank of Development under the leadership of the Minister of Plan and Development. I wanted to invite all the partners present here to join up with me to give a big hand to Côte d'Ivoire that has assured with determination the transformation of this country, initiated for many years now, and to which the AFDB is fully associating itself. So this transformation is benchmarked with concrete achievements, which showed perfectly of the attachment of the leaders of this country to tangible outcomes. The different interventions which have been made through the PND, the two PNDs, the two prior PNDs, have allowed not only to move forward with the structural transformation of the country to improve the quality of life of the communities, but also to be the spearhead of the economic development of the sub-region. The AFDB has had the privilege to support the country in transforming projects in many sectors in perfect coherence with the priority of our institution. For instance, with regard to our first priority, which aims at giving light and enlightening Africa, we have our non-sovereign desk, which aims at improving the supply of power, while the public desk is improving development. We have been supplying electricity with Cyprel, Agito, Sinrodo to private investors with the company Ivoirienne d'Electricité to assure that all the investors in Côte d'Ivoire will have strong power to pursue their activities. In our conviction to continue nourishing Africa, I want to remind you of the support of the AFDB with regard to the transformation of the agri sector in Cote d'Ivoire, with two projects of agri hubs, respectively in the Beli region and the one of the north. With regard to the sector of transport, which is so key for regional integration and competitiveness of economy, we are so happy to have been able to assist strongly in order to build infrastructure works like the interconnection of transport network of Cote d'Ivoire with the two neighboring countries such as Mali and Guinea, Liberia, including opening roads to the north, the west, and the center, and also the ongoing project of the fourth bridge of Abidjan and many other structuring roads. We also had the privilege to support the implementation of the program of extension and modernization of the Air Cote d'Ivoire airline, which is the national pride, which is deploying its wings each and every day, and which is showing its ambition, legitimate ambition, to become a continental airline. I also wanted to note the appreciable contribution of our institution in the social sector, which contributes to the improvement of the life standards of the communities, either in the rural area or the urban area. We also support the implementation of two structuring projects, the social project of the government and the project of sanitation and improvement of living conditions in Abidjan. Thanks to the quality of the sustained dialogue that we have with our teams, we have been able to invest in the economic governance and financial governance level by strengthening governance in the management of public affairs and improving the business climate. We also support the entrepreneurship of women and youth, without whom we cannot succeed the building of Cote d'Ivoire and Africa. This is how, in the framework of the National Plan for Development that of last year, the bank announced a contribution of $2,368 million. It invested $2 billion plus in the same period in many development projects. That is an achievement rate of 105%. But we know pretty well, Mr. Vice President, Mr. Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, that notwithstanding all this notable progress made this last years under your leadership, much needs to be done to definitely encourage the structural and the social transformation of Cote d'Ivoire and make sure the country becomes an intermediary high-level country, which is the ambition shown by the strategic plan Cote d'Ivoire. This is why the AFDB wants to commend the brainstorming that this session is imposing and the imperative to find the required resources in order to fund the PND 2021-2025. This is why, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, while we are holding this meeting, I want to reassure you that the AFDB group is supporting firmly your ambitions and the action plan, the priority action plans that you have identified with regard to this PND 2021-2025 that are in perfect consistency with the five priority of the AFDB. That is why the bank, your bank, is going to pursue and strengthen the support to this PND 2021-2025 by intervening mainly in the area of agriculture or the development of regional value chain, which will allow us to keep added value in Africa and give employment to our youth, in addition to the sector of governance, transport, and power. Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, distinguished invitees, by renewing the constant support of the AFDB group to the efforts of Cote d'Ivoire, I wish fruitful deliberation to these sessions on the funding of the National Plan of Development 2021-2025. Thank you for your kind attention.
Well, so that's the acting President of ADB, that has just spoken, is the Vice Chair of World Bank. Now he's honored to take the floor, Mr. Sergio Pimenta, who you kindly ask to give a round of applause. His Excellency the Vice President of Côte d'Ivoire, His Excellency the Prime Minister, Head of the Government, ladies and gentlemen, members of the government, dear ambassadors, dear financial and technical partners, dear reps of the private sector, or honorable guests of Côte d'Ivoire, all protocols observed. On behalf of the World Bank, first and foremost, I would like to commend the Ivorian Authority for having us here in this room and looking also at the trust entrusted to us. And we feel honored by the perspectives opened up by the Development National Plan, and also first and foremost we feel like honoring Côte d'Ivoire in all these initiatives when looking also at the outcomes reached and counting also with the will of the Ivorian population, looking also at the different infrastructures built up across the country. And when we look at the economic and growth, this is the highest ever across the region, amounting to 2%, and in the upcoming years it will shift to 3%. The private sector was driving an engine of all this economic growth for the past decade. The Côte d'Ivoire not only maintained its position with regard to the development and production of cocoa, and standing out as the first exporter of cocoa and the third world exporter of cashew nut, and this is thanks to the incentives and private investors and the agro business processing units that were established here. And for that, this has uplifted Côte d'Ivoire have made a leapfrog to stand out as the third processing country as of cashew nut, and then recording 97% of all this operation. And then this is what brings us joy, looking at all these evolvements of the economy. And then this is the way, it's the same in the same drive. And then we look at the different national strategies adopted by the Ivorian government for the sake of boosting cocoa production. And then there are many efforts and initiatives taken up by the Ivorian government to provide help to the different farmers. And for that, the government has already deployed many efforts and initiatives for the sake of boosting cocoa production this year. For the past decades and years, we've noticed good strides in terms of the reforms. We've noticed regretted that there was a governmental reform meant to boost all the institutions across the governmental line. It takes a great deal of financial financial assistance and technical assistance as well, and the telecoms come suit as well. And these are booming up across the country, amounting to 6 million of users, and these are generated back in 2021, equivalent of 3% of GDP, and then also it has generated 3,000 direct employees. And looking at all these results, we highly motivated, looking at the highly speed up processing and transformation for the commodities and across the country, and the different sectors are developed, and looking at the great deal of benefits derived by citizens and populations. Then we come up with the conclusion that poverty is high out and well addressed and put under control. And looking up to 2022, 2025, then we expect Cote d'Ivoire to shift to and become an industrialized country, processing the crops and scaling up this production at the regional level and even beyond. And this dynamic economic has created jobs for the youth that was there, that was going idle. And then, thanks to this growth, we're looking up to the private sector to come suit. And these are the great deal of a private investment provided by the private sector, and then this is a great deal of attraction of the private investors across the world. And then this leads us to the improvement of the quality of our labor and stir up competitiveness among the employers. So the Africa CEO Forum that was closed out yesterday recorded over 1,800 participants. This is to say in a nutshell that we have good economic perspectives and tremendous strides and made by the Ivorian government. This forum, the future cannot go without challenges. Therefore, we have to take into consideration the very complex and very complicated international environment. And that is to say, the world growth, it is amounts to has gone back from 5% down 2%. This is to say that in the upcoming years they will have a sluggish economic growth down to 3% again. So it takes us through some cycle policies, and Agricos is also taking up the challenges related to climate change as well. And this is a great deal of making sure that we get the great deal of investments required for it. And then we have the Abidjan Legacy Program that has been rolled out, focusing on a very integrated management of resources. And then I reiterate here and here the support of the World Bank meant to boost this drive. So during this decade, we look at from a very optimistic perspective the economic growth that is will be witnessing very soon in Cote d'Ivoire. So therefore, we're also looking up to higher poverty in the more affected areas, and also addressing poverty with regard to vulnerable population. And then today, I hereby reiterate the support of the World Bank to support and provide a great deal of assistance to the Ivorian authorities as well. So then we look up to supporting and backing up all these initiatives through our funding. I thank you for your undivided attention. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sergio Pineta, the chairman of CFR, SIFI. And then Mr. Mogda from the Islamic Development Bank. Then he is kindly invited to the rostrum. Thank you, His Excellency, the dear Vice President of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire, dear Prime Minister, Head of the Government, dear Speaker of the House, Madam Minister of Plan and Development, with all protocol reserve. Allow me kindly, without further ado, to introduce and present the excuses of the President of the Islamic Bank of Development, who could not make it to this venue because of a very tight schedule. And because he really mean it to come and take part of to these fruitful discussions. Therefore, I was entrusted with the mission of come and transmit his warm greetings, extend his heartfelt gratitude to the Ivorian population, looking up to the implementation of a development national plan of Côte d'Ivoire, stretching from the period 2022-2025, and therefore I take advantage of this opportunity to commend the government with regard to the quality of this document, translating in clear terms the commitments of the Ivorian government to pitch in and make the economic transformation a reality. And for that, Côte d'Ivoire will always benefit from the support of our bank. Your Excellency, Vice President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, ladies and gentlemen, the group of the Islamic Bank of Development is happy with the tremendous efforts done and deployed by the government. And since the Ivorian government joined our bank, this is to say, the Islamic Company of Development and Funding, the Islamic Company of Insurance, all of them came together and approved and provided a funding of over $2,000 $2,000 million US, sorry. So then we mean to continue on that drive, giving impetus to our collaboration, and also with regard to the implementation of the national development plan. This translates in clear words how committed the Ivorian government is to get things going in terms of development, and looking also at the different commitments and resolutions by the development partners, showcasing clearly that they are willing to support all of the Ivorian government initiatives for the well-being of the population. Today, more than yesterday, we as a bank, we stand out to reinforce our partnership with the Ivorian government, and part of this initiative, we've made up our mind to play our role that is ours, and then provide our support to this country. And also for that, we have prepared a financial portfolio with regard to the different development initiatives tabled by the Ivorian government. And we're happy to inform that the country rep of this bank came into office in June 2022. The Vice President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, to close my opening remark, I reiterate our full commitment and pledge to support your initiatives that will enable you at the end of the day to develop, make good choices in development, and be more resilient, and try the best you can for the regional cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mansour Monta, Vice President of Operations of the Islamic Bank. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to wait for the all-awaited speech of this opening ceremony. Ex-governor of the Central Bank, he is since the Vice President of the Bank of Côte d'Ivoire. I will ask you to please welcome Mr. Timiko Miele, who is the Vice President of Côte d'Ivoire, who is representing the President Alassane Ouattara, who is the head of state. Please give him a round of applause, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Prime Minister, Head of Government, ladies and gentlemen, presidents of institutions, ladies and gentlemen, ministers of state, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, Mr. the Vice President for the African region of the IFC, President of the IFC Group and the World Bank, Madam the Vice President representing the ADB, Mr. the Vice President of Operations representing the Islamic Development Bank, Mr. the Ambassador of the European Union representing Madam the President of the Commission of the European Union, Mr. the Representative of the International Monetary Fund, IMF, Mr. the Resident Coordinator of Operational Activities of the United Nations System, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors and members of the diplomatic corps, ladies and gentlemen representing brother and sisters countries and institution organizations, Mr. the President of the Commission of YMO, Mr. the Vice Governor of the West African Bank, Mr. the President of the General Confederation of Businesses in Côte d'Ivoire, ladies and gentlemen representing the private sector, ladies and gentlemen representing international, representing civil society organizations, honorable traditional leaders, our religious guides, also those representing the press, honorable invitees, with all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. I am very honored to represent the head of state of this republic, His Excellency Mr. Alassane Ouattara, to welcome you so this advisory group meeting when it comes to funding, to be able to achieve our development objectives of our country that we have in our National Development Plan 2021-2025. I wish to all of you, all of the participants coming from far, their cordial and traditional welcome to Ivorian soil, Akwaba, to all of you and to all of you. I do express my warmth, thanks to all these high personalities who came to Abidjan to be a part of this meeting that is highly important for the future of our country and for the sub-region. I would like to, on behalf of the President of the Republic, of the Ivorian government, and in my own name, express my high and sincere thanks and appreciation to the President of the group of the World Bank for the support of his institution to the organizing of this advisory group. This shows, this has been addressed particularly to the Vice President of the IFC who represent her, and also to the Vice President of the region, Mr. Ousmane Diagara, and to Madame Coralie Gervais, Directress of Operations, and to their team. My thanks also goes out to all the representatives of partners, development partners, and I also salute their distinguished presence here. Côte d'Ivoire is honored to have you at this day that translates the quality of the partnership with each of you and all your different institutions. I am convinced that results from our works will be at the level of our expectations. Our expectation to strengthen this partnership that is already dynamic and fruitful. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, since more than a decade, under the supervision of the President of the Republic, His Excellency Mr. Alassane Ouattara, Côte d'Ivoire has built a coherent frame for planning and for a long, short, and medium term that has permitted us to have an accelerated development, more inclusive, more unified and especially more sustainable. As in this, the ambition of this program for development that has been implemented aims at ensuring the economical transformation and social transformation to be able to improve the well-being of our population through the reduction of poverty and especially inequalities. In this dynamics, two national plans for development, PND 2012-2015 and 2060-2020, has been developed and implemented with problem results. The execution of this plan has permitted to be able to register important progress and to consolidate our economic growth despite the global context that we have at the geopolitical and commercial level, as well as the pandemics of COVID-19. To that effect, due to the implementation of structural reforms of high magnitude, the rate of economic growth has brought out an average around 8% on the period of 2012 to 2019, and positioning the Ivorian economy amongst the most dynamic in Africa and maybe in the world. On the other hand, the income per head has doubled for this period, for $227 US in 2020, and corresponding to one of the most highest in West Africa. In August, the resilience of the Ivorian economy to the external shocks coming to the efficiency of the repose plan and health plan has permitted to be able to contain the effects of pandemics and also to have a positive growth in 2020 against a contraction of 3% globally and 2% in sub-Saharan Africa. With the throwback of the pandemic, IFC and the World Bank has indicated that Côte d'Ivoire is taking the path of growth and also supported, and perspectives on the Irish term are globally useful. The public heads will remain supportable and have high risks. We will continue to contain the unity that we have, and putting emphasis on the implementation and also measures of administrations and also our different taxes that will be supportable. These economic performances obtained with the unestimable progress with our development partners has contributed not only to strengthening our economical infrastructures and social infrastructures, but to improve the condition of life of our citizens, to be able to follow and to consolidate the dynamics of our growth. The government is committed in the implementation of an ambitious program for development, and objective is to be able to accelerate the structural transformation of our economy and to reduce inequalities, social inequalities and spatial inequalities, like I said from the very beginning. Nevertheless, like modernization and having a productive system, the role of the private sector, and this has been said, will be at the heart of these dynamics and be supported by a public sector more efficient and more modernized and even more digitalized and even more oriented toward a result. In a geographical and global context and sub-regional that we go through turbulences, we will remain to be inflexible on the preservation of our security and of peace and also of our democratic values, because without peace, without security, there is no development. On the same, our development policies is integrated in the frame of the fight against climate change, the preservation of our environment, and also biodiversity, as well as food security and health security. As has been highlighted, COVID-19 and also the war in Ukraine. I would like to, in consequence, seize this opportunity of this meeting to be able to reiterate on behalf of the President of the Republic the gratitude and that of all the people of Côte d'Ivoire, and to all those who have contributed highly to the success of the COP15 held here 3 weeks ago. As you all know, during this occasion, very important for Côte d'Ivoire, the initiative of Diffusion, named a program, heritage program developed by our country, was adopted by heads of states and governments. This program aims at permitting Côte d'Ivoire to integrate in its development strategies, management and sustainable approaches, and restoration of our ecosystem. Our forestry ecosystem is highly degraded, and especially to be able to serve as a model for the continent and the world at large. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, more than 10 years now, Côte d'Ivoire is trying to write a new page of its history. We have retitled with peace, stability, and security. Our ambition is to go further with a more bigger transformation of our raw materials, and notably talking about to accelerate the improvement of the well-being of our population, the living condition and of our population and citizens in all the different regions of Côte d'Ivoire, has been indicated in the program. A unified Côte d'Ivoire that the President of the Republic said, Mr. Alassane Ouattara said or stated, and then through the PND 2021-2025, our objective is to be able to reduce social and regional disparity and also reduce the rate of poverty. Côte d'Ivoire ambitions and to have an intermediate economy of the superior trend between 2030. At the social level, the priority is to implement the social program of the government for the period of 2022 to 2024, and having an initial budget of 325 million CFA. This program will give a period, a place, or of a selective position to the fight against fragility in our different border regions in the northern part of Côte d'Ivoire, and talking about youth employment and also women empowerment. It also aims at accelerating the reduction of social inequality and also poverty. To do this, the microeconomy will continue to be solid, and the public debts will be supportable, and inflation will be maintained. Macro stability will lean on the green economic growth, sustainable, strong, inclusive, respecting gender and environment, but also will be creative of employment, in particular for the youth. We will continue with determination our structural reforms of enterprises in terms of management of public finances and the improvement of our business climate, we will continue to work without ceasing to the strengthening of the fight against corruption and to the consolidation of good governance. And at the end, Côte d'Ivoire will continue to play the role as a motor in the strengthening of regional integration, notably within ECOWAS and YMO, but also at the continental level and also within African Union, always being open to the rest of the world. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the implementation of the PNT 2021-2025 envisaged to have investment, socio-economic investment, global ones, for 59 million CFA, around 100 billion US dollars. And 64% of this amount will be given to the private sector. The need of funding to mobilize during this advisory meeting to the title of public health is around 10,000 billion CFA. As you have understood, the government wants to make the private sector the key actor of creating riches and opportunities of employment for our youth. Beyond the natural potential and the national potentials that our economic has, this plan has a lot of opportunities for private investors that will be presented to you during this day. In conformity to the tradition, and the opening on the external world, especially to neighboring countries, investing in Côte d'Ivoire is investing for the sub-region and also contributing to reduce poverty beyond our borderlines, as well as investing in Côte d'Ivoire is to have access to a bigger market, because our country is a member of the commercial community of West African, counting 15 countries, so with a population of them more than 300 million inhabitants. This is why I would like to invite the private operators to seize the multiple opportunities for investment that this dynamic growth is offering from Côte d'Ivoire in the sector of infrastructures, agri-industry, energy, mines, environment, police, artillery, and others, digital, telecommunications, and innovations, and the list goes on. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to end and to renew my thanks and appreciation from the President of the Republic and the Ivorian government. We also wish that this meeting be once more an opportunity to confirm our solidarity of our different partners in favor of Côte d'Ivoire. The mobilization of our resources effectively in the achievements of these ambitions, and I would like to ensure our partners of our determination to be able to implement with efficiency this program for transformation, and also ensure that with a lot of rigor to be able to respond to the expectations of our citizens. Excellency, honorable invitees, ladies and gentlemen, it is on these words and on behalf of the President of the Republic, His Excellency Alassane Ouattara, that I declare opened officially the meeting of the consultative group of the launching of the National Development Plan 2021-2025, and I would like to thank you for your undivided attention.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President of the Republic. representing His Excellency Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire. This address enshrines the opening of the works of the advisory group and marks the final act of this opening ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, we will invite you soon to a coffee break that will last for 20 minutes, and then we'll have the second session that will be presided over by Mr. Patrick Ashi, Prime Minister of the Ivorian government. The session will be marked by the opening statement of the Prime Minister for a presentation of the National Development Plan and statements and announcement from the participant. Then you will have a lunch in several places in the restaurant, at the Gourmandise restaurant here, and at the pavilion. Still here in this hotel. In the afternoon, we'll have several panels. We'll have time to present you with your presentation. If you allow, Mr. Vice President, we're going to open the coffee break to allow our participants to, for the VIPs, to go to the annex room just at your left, and for the other guests at the hall at the entrance. Have a very good coffee break. Thank you.
Avec ses 28 millions d'habitants en 2021 et 322 462 km² de superficie, la Côte d'Ivoire est un pays riche. Riche de ses hommes et femmes, riche de sa terre, riche de sa culture. Sa croissance économique moyenne de 8% de 2012 à 2019, avec la revalorisation du revenu par habitant après une décennie d'instabilité, fait d'elle un pays vraiment à part. La Côte d'Ivoire a fait preuve de la résilience de son économie face à la pandémie à Covid-19, avec un taux de croissance positif de 2% en 2020. Ces performances économiques obtenues avec l'appui de nos partenaires au développement ont contribué non seulement à renforcer nos infrastructures économiques et sociales, mais surtout à améliorer les conditions de vie de nos concitoyens. Ainsi, pour la première fois au cours des 3 dernières décennies, le taux de pauvreté s'est inversé avec une baisse de plus de 15 points entre 2011 et 2018. La Côte d'Ivoire, la locomotive de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Première économie de l'Union économique monétaire ouest-africaine, deuxième économie compétitive d'Afrique de l'Ouest, 40% du PIB de l'UEMOA, une gestion macroéconomique saine. La Côte d'Ivoire, opportunité d'investissement. Dans l'agro-industrie pour créer de la valeur ajoutée et faire contribuer ce secteur à hauteur de 40% du PIB. La Côte d'Ivoire, c'est 35% des ceintures de roches vertes de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, riches en or, diamants, manganèse, bauxite, nickel, pierres ornementales, minerais de fer, etc. La contribution de l'industrie extractive au PIB est de 3,3% en 2020. La production d'or est de 38,523 tonnes en 2020. La production industrielle du manganèse est passée de 511 868 tonnes en 2017 à 1 325 525,55 tonnes en 2020, soit une hausse de 158% en 3 ans. En 2019, la production de nickel atteint 660 144 tonnes avec un nouveau code minier mieux adapté aux réalités de l'économie mondiale. La production de barils de pétrole par jour est de 29 078 et celle du gaz de 195,1 milliards de mètres cubes par jour. La capacité installée de production énergétique de 2229 MW en 2020 est projetée à 4015 MV en 2025. Le secteur présente des opportunités d'investissement d'environ 850 milliards de francs CFA. Des infrastructures de transport modernes font de la Côte d'Ivoire le plus grand carrefour commercial de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. La Côte d'Ivoire est dotée de 2 ports sur sa façade maritime, Abidjan et San Pedro. Le port d'Abidjan est le premier port de commerce en volume de marchandises sur la côte ouest africaine et premier portonnier d'Afrique avec 25 millions de tonnes de trafic net en 2020. L'aéroport international d'Abidjan connecte la Côte d'Ivoire à tous les continents. Le terminal d'Abidjan dessert l'intérieur du pays. 13 000 km de routes rallient les villes entre elles et desservent les zones rurales. 1260 km de voies ferroviaires pour 180 000 voyageurs et 900 000 tonnes de frais transportés par an. Au niveau du Doing Business, la Côte d'Ivoire a gagné 32 places depuis 2016. Elle figure au top 10 des pays les plus réformateurs dans le monde. En 2020, les agences de la notation financière lui accordent, pour Moody's, BA3 stable et pour Fitch, B+, perspective positive. La Côte d'Ivoire, c'est une entreprise créée en moins de 24 heures avec 40 entreprises par jour. De 2012 à 2020, c'est 366 875 milliards de francs CFA d'investissement privé. L'indice général de sécurité en Côte d'Ivoire s'est apprécié de 4 en 2011 à 1,5 en 2021. Nous sommes la Côte d'Ivoire qui travaille avec détermination, courage, qui travaille à relever tous les défis. La Côte d'Ivoire, premier producteur mondial de cacao, premier producteur mondial de noix de cola, premier producteur mondial d'anacarde, premier producteur africain de latex, premier producteur africain de bananes, troisième producteur africain d'huile de palme. Nous sommes la Côte d'Ivoire qui avance, la Côte d'Ivoire qui gagne. Le deuxième plan national de développement PND 2016 à 2020 de 60 milliards de dollars US a permis à la Côte d'Ivoire de poursuivre son dynamisme économique. L'ambition du gouvernement est d'aller encore plus loin avec beaucoup plus de transformation locale de nos matières premières. Le nouveau plan national de développement PND 2021-2025 repose sur d'importants investissements socio-économiques d'un coût global de 59 000 milliards de francs CFA, soit 110 milliards de dollars US, dont 74% attendus du secteur privé et 26% du secteur public. Partenaires au développement, investisseurs privés, nationaux et internationaux, ensemble, écrivons l'histoire de la marche victorieuse de la Côte d'Ivoire vers une transformation économique, culturelle et sociale en 2025. Avec ses 28 millions d'habitants en 2021 et 322 462 km² de superficie, la Côte d'Ivoire est un pays riche. Riche de ses hommes et femmes, riche de sa terre, riche de sa culture. sa croissance économique moyenne de 8% de 2012 à 2019, avec la revalorisation du revenu par habitant après une décennie d'instabilité, fait d'elle un pays vraiment à part. La Côte d'Ivoire a fait preuve de la résilience de son économie face à la pandémie à Covid-19 avec un taux de croissance positif de 2% en 2020. Ces performances économiques obtenues avec l'appui de nos partenaires au développement ont contribué non seulement à renforcer nos infrastructures économiques et sociales, mais surtout à améliorer les conditions de vie de nos concitoyens. Ainsi, pour la première fois au cours des 3 dernières décennies, le taux de pauvreté s'est inversé avec une baisse de plus de 15 points entre 2011 et 2018. La Côte d'Ivoire, la locomotive de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Première économie de l'Union économique monétaire ouest-africaine, deuxième économie compétitive d'Afrique de l'Ouest, 40% du PIB de l'UEMOA, une gestion macroéconomique saine. La Côte d'Ivoire, opportunité d'investissement. Dans l'agro-industrie pour créer de la valeur ajoutée et faire contribuer ce secteur à hauteur de 40% du PIB. La Côte d'Ivoire, c'est 35% des ceintures de roches vertes de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, riches en or, diamants, manganèse, bauxite, nickel, pierres ornementales, minerais de fer, etc. La contribution de l'industrie extractive au PIB est de 3,3% en 2020. La production d'or est de 38,523 tonnes en 2020. La production industrielle du manganèse est passée de 511 868 tonnes en 2017 à 1 325 525,55 tonnes en 2020, soit une hausse de 158% en 3 ans. En 2019, la production de nickel atteint 660 144 tonnes, avec un nouveau code minier mieux adapté aux réalités de l'économie mondiale. La production de barils de pétrole par jour est de 29 078 et celle du gaz de 195,1 milliards de mètres cubes par jour. La capacité installée de production énergétique de 2229 MW en 2020 est projetée à 4015 MV en 2025. Le secteur présente des opportunités d'investissement d'environ 850 milliards de francs CFA. Des infrastructures de transport modernes font de la Côte d'Ivoire le plus grand carrefour commercial de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. La Côte d'Ivoire est dotée de 2 ports sur sa façade maritime, Abidjan et San Pedro. Le port d'Abidjan est le premier port de commerce en volume de marchandises sur la côte ouest africaine et premier portonnier d'Afrique avec 25 millions de tonnes de trafic net en 2020. L'aéroport international d'Abidjan connecte la Côte d'Ivoire à tous les continents. Le terminal d'Abidjan dessert l'intérieur du pays. 13 000 km de routes rallient les villes entre elles et desservent les zones rurales. 1260 km de voies ferroviaires pour 180 000 voyageurs et 900 000 tonnes de frais transportés par an. Au niveau du Doing Business, la Côte d'Ivoire a gagné 32 places depuis 2016. Elle figure au top 10 des pays les plus réformateurs dans le monde. En 2020, les agences de la notation financière lui accordent, pour Moody's, BA3 stable et pour Fitch, B+, perspective positive. La Côte d'Ivoire, c'est une entreprise créée en moins de 24 heures avec 40 entreprises par jour. De 2012 à 2020, c'est 366 875 milliards de francs CFA d'investissement privé. L'indice général de sécurité en Côte d'Ivoire s'est apprécié de 4 en 2011 à 1,5 en 2021. Nous sommes la Côte d'Ivoire qui travaille avec détermination, courage, qui travaille à relever tous les défis. La Côte d'Ivoire, premier producteur mondial de cacao, premier producteur mondial de noix de cola, premier producteur mondial d'anacarde, premier producteur africain de latex, premier producteur africain de bananes, troisième producteur africain d'huile de palme. Nous sommes la Côte d'Ivoire qui avance, la Côte d'Ivoire qui gagne. Le deuxième plan national de développement PND 2016 à 2020 de 60 milliards de dollars US a permis à la Côte d'Ivoire de poursuivre son dynamisme économique. L'ambition du gouvernement est d'aller encore plus loin avec beaucoup plus de transformation locale de nos matières premières. Le nouveau plan national de développement PND 2021-2025 repose sur d'importants investissements socio-économiques d'un coût global de 59 000 milliards de francs CFA, soit 110 milliards de dollars US, dont 74% attendus du secteur privé et 26% du secteur public. Partenaires au développement, investisseurs privés, nationaux et internationaux, ensemble, écrivons l'histoire de la marche victorieuse de la Côte d'Ivoire vers une transformation économique, culturelle et sociale en 2025. Avec ses 28 millions d'habitants en 2021 et 322 462 km² de superficie, la Côte d'Ivoire est un pays riche. Riche de ses hommes et femmes, riche de sa terre, riche de sa culture. Sa croissance économique moyenne de 8% de 2012 à 2019, avec la revalorisation du revenu par habitant après une décennie d'instabilité, fait d'elle un pays vraiment à part. La Côte d'Ivoire a fait preuve de la résilience de son économie face à la pandémie à Covid-19, avec un taux de croissance positif de 2% en 2020. Ces performances économiques obtenues avec l'appui de nos partenaires au développement ont contribué non seulement à renforcer nos infrastructures économiques et sociales, mais surtout à améliorer les conditions de vie de nos concitoyens. Ainsi, pour la première fois au cours des 3 dernières décennies, le taux de pauvreté s'est inversé avec une baisse de plus de 15 points entre 2011 et 2018. La Côte d'Ivoire, la locomotive de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Première économie de l'Union économique monétaire ouest-africaine, deuxième économie compétitive d'Afrique de l'Ouest, 40% du PIB de l'UEMOA, une gestion macroéconomique saine. La Côte d'Ivoire, opportunité d'investissement. Dans l'agro-industrie pour créer de la valeur ajoutée et faire contribuer ce secteur à hauteur de 40% du PIB. La Côte d'Ivoire, c'est 35% des ceintures de roches vertes de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, riches en or, diamants, manganèse, bauxite, nickel, pierres ornementales, minerais de fer, etc. La contribution de l'industrie extractive au PIB est de 3,3% en 2020. La production d'or est de 38,523 tonnes en 2020. La production industrielle du manganèse est passée de 511 868 tonnes en 2017 à 1 325 525,55 tonnes en 2020, soit une hausse de 158% en 3 ans. En 2019, la production de nickel atteint 660 144 tonnes avec un nouveau code minier mieux adapté aux réalités de l'économie mondiale. La production de barils de pétrole par jour est de 29 078 et celle du gaz de 195,1 milliards de mètres cubes par jour. La capacité installée de production énergétique de 2229 MW en 2020 est projetée à 4015 MV en 2025. Le secteur présente des opportunités d'investissement d'environ 850 milliards de francs CFA. Des infrastructures de transport modernes font de la Côte d'Ivoire le plus grand carrefour commercial de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. La Côte d'Ivoire est dotée de 2 ports sur sa façade maritime, Abidjan et San Pedro. Le port d'Abidjan est le premier port de commerce en volume de marchandises sur la côte ouest africaine et premier portonnier d'Afrique avec 25 millions de tonnes de trafic net en 2020. L'aéroport international d'Abidjan connecte la Côte d'Ivoire à tous les continents. Le terminal d'Abidjan dessert l'intérieur du pays. 13 000 km de route rallient les villes entre elles et desservent les zones rurales. 1260 km de voies ferroviaires pour 180 000 voyageurs et 900 000 tonnes de frais transportés par an. Au niveau du Doing Business, la Côte d'Ivoire a gagné 32 places depuis 2016. Elle figure au top 10 des pays les plus réformateurs dans le monde. En 2020, les agences de la notation financière lui accordent, pour Moody's, BA3 stable et pour Fitch, B+, perspective positive. La Côte d'Ivoire, c'est une entreprise créée en moins de 24 heures avec 40 entreprises par jour. De 2012 à 2020, c'est 366 875 milliards de francs CFA d'investissement privé. L'indice général de sécurité en Côte d'Ivoire s'est apprécié de 4 en 2011 à 1,5 en 2021. Nous sommes la Côte d'Ivoire qui travaille avec détermination, courage, qui travaille à relever tous les défis. La Côte d'Ivoire, premier producteur mondial de cacao, premier producteur mondial de noix de cola, premier producteur mondial d'anacarde, premier producteur africain de latex, premier producteur africain de bananes, troisième producteur africain d'huile de palme. Nous sommes la Côte d'Ivoire qui avance, la Côte d'Ivoire qui gagne. Le deuxième plan national de développement PND 2016 à 2020 de 60 milliards de dollars US a permis à la Côte d'Ivoire de poursuivre son dynamisme économique. L'ambition du gouvernement est d'aller encore plus loin avec beaucoup plus de transformation locale de nos matières premières. Le nouveau plan national de développement PND 2021-2025 repose sur d'importants investissements socio-économiques d'un coût global de 59 000 milliards de francs CFA, soit 110 milliards de dollars US, dont 74% attendus du secteur privé et 26% du secteur public. Partenaires au développement, investisseurs privés, nationaux et internationaux, ensemble, écrivons l'histoire de la marche victorieuse de la Côte d'Ivoire vers une transformation économique, culturelle et sociale en 2025. Avec ses 28 millions d'habitants en 2021 et 322 462 km² de superficie, la Côte d'Ivoire est un pays riche. Riche de ses hommes et femmes, riche de sa terre, riche de sa culture. Sa croissance économique moyenne de 8% de 2012 à 2019, avec la revalorisation du revenu par habitant après une décennie d'instabilité, fait d'elle un pays vraiment à part. La Côte d'Ivoire a fait preuve de la résilience de son économie face à la pandémie à Covid-19 avec un taux de croissance positif de 2% en 2020. Ces performances économiques obtenues avec l'appui de nos partenaires au développement ont contribué non seulement à renforcer nos infrastructures économiques et sociales, mais surtout à améliorer les conditions de vie de nos concitoyens. Ainsi, pour la première fois au cours des 3 dernières décennies, le taux de pauvreté s'est inversé avec une baisse de plus de 15 points entre 2011 et 2018. La Côte d'Ivoire, la locomotive de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Première économie de l'Union économique monétaire ouest-africaine, deuxième économie compétitive d'Afrique de l'Ouest, 40% du PIB de l'UEMOA, une gestion macroéconomique saine. La Côte d'Ivoire, opportunités d'investissement. Dans l'agro-industrie, pour créer de la valeur ajoutée et faire contribuer ce secteur à hauteur de 40% du PIB. La Côte d'Ivoire, c'est 35% des ceintures de roches vertes de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, riches en or, diamants, manganèse, bauxite, nickel, pierres ornementales, minerais de fer, etc. La contribution de l'industrie extractive au PIB est de 3,3% en 2020. La production d'or est de 38,523 tonnes en 2020. La production industrielle du manganèse est passée de 511 868 tonnes en 2017 à 1 325 525,55 tonnes en 2020, soit une hausse de 158% en 3 ans. En 2019, la production de nickel atteint 660 144 tonnes avec un nouveau code minier mieux adapté aux réalités de l'économie mondiale. La production de barils de pétrole par jour est de 29 078 et celle du gaz de 195,1 milliards de mètres cubes par jour. La capacité installée de production énergétique de 2229 MW en 2020 est projetée à 4015 MV en 2025. Le secteur présente des opportunités d'investissement d'environ 850 milliards de francs CFA. Des infrastructures de transport modernes font de la Côte d'Ivoire le plus grand carrefour commercial de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. La Côte d'Ivoire est dotée de 2 ports sur sa façade maritime, Abidjan et San Pedro. Le port d'Abidjan est le premier port de commerce en volume de marchandises sur la côte ouest africaine et premier portonnier d'Afrique avec 25 millions de tonnes de trafic net en 2020. L'aéroport international d'Abidjan connecte la Côte d'Ivoire à tous les continents. Le terminal d'Abidjan dessert l'intérieur du pays. 13 000 km de routes rallient les villes entre elles et desservent les zones rurales. 1260 km de voies ferroviaires pour 180 000 voyageurs et 900 000 tonnes de frais transportés par an. Au niveau du Doing Business, la Côte d'Ivoire a gagné 32 places depuis 2016. Elle figure au top 10 des pays les plus réformateurs dans le monde. En 2020, les agences de la notation financière lui accordent, pour Moody's, BA3 stable et pour Fitch, B+, perspective positive. La Côte d'Ivoire, c'est une entreprise créée en moins de 24 heures avec 40 entreprises par jour. De 2012 à 2020, c'est 366 875 milliards de francs CFA d'investissement privé. L'indice général de sécurité en Côte d'Ivoire s'est apprécié de 4 en 2011 à 1,5 en 2021. Nous sommes la Côte d'Ivoire qui travaille avec détermination, courage, qui travaille à relever tous les défis. La Côte d'Ivoire, premier producteur mondial de cacao, premier producteur mondial de noix de cola, premier producteur mondial d'anacarde, premier producteur africain de latex, premier producteur africain de bananes, troisième producteur africain d'huile de palme. Nous sommes la Côte d'Ivoire qui avance, la Côte d'Ivoire qui gagne. Le deuxième plan national de développement PND 2016 à 2020 de 60 milliards de dollars US a permis à la Côte d'Ivoire de poursuivre son dynamisme économique. L'ambition du gouvernement est d'aller encore plus loin avec beaucoup plus de transformation locale de nos matières premières. Le nouveau plan national de développement PND 2021-2025 repose sur d'importants investissements socio-économiques d'un coût global de 59 000 milliards de francs CFA, soit 110 milliards de dollars US, dont 74% attendus du secteur privé et 26% du secteur public. Partenaires au développement, investisseurs privés, nationaux et internationaux, ensemble, écrivons l'histoire de la marche victorieuse de la Côte d'Ivoire vers une transformation économique, culturelle et sociale en 2025. Avec ses 28 millions d'habitants en 2021 et 322 462 km² de superficie, la Côte d'Ivoire est un pays riche. Riche de ses hommes et femmes, riche de sa terre, riche de sa culture. Sa croissance économique moyenne de 8% de 2012 à 2019, avec la revalorisation du revenu par habitant après une décennie d'instabilité, fait d'elle un pays vraiment à part. La Côte d'Ivoire a fait preuve de la résilience de son économie face à la pandémie à Covid-19, avec un taux de croissance positif de 2% en 2020. Ces performances économiques obtenues avec l'appui de nos partenaires au développement ont contribué non seulement à renforcer nos infrastructures économiques et sociales, mais surtout à améliorer les conditions de vie de nos concitoyens. Ainsi, pour la première fois au cours des 3 dernières décennies, le taux de pauvreté s'est inversé avec une baisse de plus de 15 points entre 2011 et 2018. La Côte d'Ivoire, la locomotive de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Première économie de l'Union économique monétaire ouest-africaine, deuxième économie compétitive d'Afrique de l'Ouest, 40% du PIB de l'UEMOA, une gestion macroéconomique saine. La Côte d'Ivoire, opportunité d'investissement. Dans l'agro-industrie pour créer de la valeur ajoutée et faire contribuer ce secteur à hauteur de 40% du PIB. La Côte d'Ivoire, c'est 35% des ceintures de roches vertes de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, riches en or, diamants, manganèse, bauxite, nickel, pierres ornementales, minerais de fer, etc. La contribution de l'industrie extractive au PIB est de 3,3% en 2020. La production d'or est de 38,523 tonnes en 2020. La production industrielle du manganèse est passée de 511 868 tonnes en 2017 à 1 325 525,55 tonnes en 2020, soit une hausse de 158% en 3 ans. En 2019, la production de nickel atteint 660 144 tonnes, avec un nouveau code minier mieux adapté aux réalités de l'économie mondiale. La production de barils de pétrole par jour est de 29 078 et celle du gaz de 195,1 milliards de mètres cubes par jour. La capacité installée de production énergétique de 2229 MW.
The second session will be dedicated to the presentation of the PND and will be presided over by the Prime Minister, Patrick Ashe, who will preside over the works from beginning to end. A final reminder to those who are still standing in the room, please take your seats. Take your seats. In the next few seconds, we will open the works. Ladies, ministers, dear general directors and central directors in your respective ranks, please take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, the partners, institutional partners and development partners, please take your seats.
Ça c'est ta faute. Ça c'est ta faute. Toi qui as fait tout ça. Tu m'aimes plus, oh. Tu m'aimes plus, je ne savais pas ce que tu as fait. Alors que moi, je t'aime toujours. Tu m'aimes plus, alors que moi, je t'aime toujours. La preuve, c'est moi qui t'appelle. Toi, tu m'appelles jamais. Moi, je t'appelle. Moi, je t'appelle, toi, tu m'appelles pas. Voilà une preuve.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Thank you.
À son clé, on n'a pas eu le café, c'est ça. À son clé, on n'a pas eu.
Hello, test. Hello, test.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. In a few seconds, we're going to start this second session, please. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for taking your seat. We're going to start this second session. Your Excellency Patrick Ashif, Prime Minister of the Ivorian Government, the General Inspector of State, the Secretary General of the Presidency of the Republic, the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, and the ministers, the Minister of Planning and Development, ladies and gentlemen, dear development partners, distinguished invitees. After the opening ceremony of this advisory group on the National Development Plan of Côte d'Ivoire from 2021 to 2025, here is the time now for the second session that will be presided over by President Patrick Ashie, Prime Minister of the Ivorian Government. Your Excellency, Prime Minister, you have the floor, and the honor is on you to lead, to preside over this session. Thank you. Thank you, ladies, misters, presidents of institutions, ministers of states, Minister or Secretary General of the Presidency of the Republic, Minister of Planning and Development, ladies and gentlemen, the ministers, Mr. Vice President for the Africa region of the International Financial Corporation representing the World Bank Group, the interim president representing the leader of the African Development Group, the Vice President of Operations representing the President of the Islamic Development Bank, the AU Ambassador representing the Chairman of the EU Commission, representative of the International Monetary Fund, the representative of the coordinator of the UN system, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, members of the diplomatic corps, dear representatives of friendly countries and development institutions, the president of the General Confederacy of Ivorian Companies, representatives of the private sectors, representatives of the civil society organizations, traditional leaders, religious leaders, media representatives, and dear guests. After the official opening ceremony of the meeting of this advisory group, the honor is on me, on behalf of the President Alassane Ouattara, to preside over the next steps in the works and to introduce this session dedicated to the presentation of the National Development Plan from 2021-2025. I wish to renew our deep gratitude to all the technical and financial partners for the commitment to the development of the country and the enhancement of our living conditions in Côte d'Ivoire for long years. There are, and there will be this precious light of this renaissance of a collective destiny. I wish also to thank the representatives of the friendly countries of Côte d'Ivoire who stand by us for the social and economic progress, as well as the private, international and national private investors who are the drive of our economy and who are taking part in this advisory group. Your Excellencies, with the victory of peace and stability since 2011, Côte d'Ivoire has renewed through the leadership of the President with growth and development, initiating a new period of growth and progress with a yearly growth of 8%, remarkable and remarked resilience, and at the core of the pandemic, and a formidable growth by the end of the year. In terms of international radiance, our country has reached heights that nobody else has reached for the past 3 decades. Evidence for this is the final major event that have attracted to Côte d'Ivoire thousands of experts who came from the whole world. We have the Congress of the Universal Postal Union, and we have the CEO Forum that ended yesterday. These performances are more than satisfying, and only 10 years ago they were for many of us impossible, but they still remain subject to external, regional or global shocks. again, we have to maintain this dynamic of growth throughout the decades to measure up to the ambitions of the country that were exposed in the 2013 vision of a united and prosperous Côte d'Ivoire, whose goal is to make our country a country with intermediate income. This leads us to high economic progress, as well as economic progress. Secondly, to create more than 8 million additional jobs by 2030 in order for the youth, and reduce by half the poverty rates in order to reduce it to less than 20%, and integrate the millions of Ivorians to the dynamic of progress, and then to increase the life expectancy to 60 years in order to make Côte d'Ivoire a country where we live well. In order to reach this goal, our roadmap is clear. We need to make efforts on our basic infrastructures of health, education, water, and guarantee universal access to these infrastructures. We need to carry on efforts that were initiated a decade ago to improve our education and provide a much more massive training that is adapted to the needs of our development. But we need to do more. We need to reinforce the driving role of the private sector that will represent through its investment 30% of its of the GDP by 2030. We need to change our governance, transform our administration, its effectiveness, its culture, and to make it a permanent ally of the private sector, and rethink the role of the state, which, in addition to its sovereign missions, will have to be more proactive, invest and take initiatives to boost the private sectors in fields where the country has comparative advantages, where competitiveness sectors exist. Côte d'Ivoire, that of the President of the Republic, has this strong willingness and the ability to do it, to make it happen. And our PND is the first structured, practical, and planned evidence for this ambition. On a global investment of 38 billion CFA, it goes in this way 55% to be mobilized in the financial market, and 45%, which is about 15 million US dollars, to collect as part of this advisory group. This will require a change in paradigm in terms of management and governance of investment projects. This implies on the side of the public administration, improving our procurement, reinforcing transparency and accountability, fighting corruption, and a qualitative progress of human resources in order to adopt the result-oriented approach. To this end, the government has decided to make the improvement of the absorption of the funding capacities a stake of its action. That's why the platform for the digital platform for public investment has been set up in order to establish a direct link between the financial reports and the physical evolution of projects in the fields. I also wish to reassure our partners and private investors that the execution of the PND will be conducted in strict compliance with the principle of reliability of public debt. Your Excellencies, in order to close my statement, I would like to encourage all our partners and all the faithful friends of Côte d'Ivoire, who are many, I know, to support the implementation of the PND 2021-2025, by focusing their interventions on the development of national value chains. You know, this is the core of our topic. This is the core of our ambition. This is the core of our action. If we make progress through stronger local industrialization, as we master the local chain of value of our key commodities, then we will have overcome, will have won our bet without even tackling the various other 11 sector-based thematics that we have selected. We have textile industry, pharmaceutical industry, housing, transport, mining and energy, the infrastructure sector, tourism, digital economy, and cultural industries. Through its started of new drive of West Africa, through its many and creative and connected youth, and through its modern road infrastructures, through its unique opening on Atlantic Ocean and its role as regional energy hub, and of all its inhabitant, Côte d'Ivoire is this land of the future that wants to echo brotherliness and hospitality of its time, modernity, prosperity, and solidarity. Yes, here we are inventing a new Africa. Come and build this new Africa with us. It's on these words of hope and trust that I declare open, flowing the Vice President of the Republic on behalf of President Alassane Ouattara, this working session for the financing of the PND 2021-2025 of Côte d'Ivoire. Long live development and long live Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you. I have the privilege to play the role of MC during this session. With your permission, I'm going to move the floor to the President. Mrs. Minister, you have the floor. Your Excellency, Prime Minister, Head of the Government, distinguished participants, I have the honor to present you the substance of the National Development Plan 2021-2025 that brings us together today. Please allow me, before I start, to commend the presence of the IMF as well as the BIE, two significant partners that made it to Abidjan. My intervention will revolve around 5 points, and I will like us to bring the presentation. First, Côte d'Ivoire in brief. Second, socioeconomic performances. Second, objective and development objectives and strategies. And four, opportunities, investment opportunities, and macroeconomic mapping. Mr. Prime Minister, with your permission, I would like to save time. We have broadly discussed the PND, so with your permission, I will make it very short. Côte d'Ivoire in brief. We know it. It's 322,000 square kilometers, a democracy, a member of the West African Economic and Monetary Union, with I think that we have this medium growth, an average growth of the GDP of 8% from 2012 to 2019, and for 2021, 7%. Then we have this effect of the COVID-19 pandemic. As far as Côte d'Ivoire is concerned, like I reminded, the growth rate, 2022, we are expecting 6.9% of growth despite the international environment. as far as the economic performances are concerned, we have noted during the various interventions the substantial reduction of poverty, the substantial reduction of poverty. I would like to remind the poverty rate that has been strongly decreased, which results from government action. And in this respect, I would like to remind an indicator that we often use is pro-poor spending. This is the share of our budget that is dedicated to supporting social needs, which has decreased, which has doubled from or increased 3 times, which is 8% of our GDP. We have all these social spending to allow, mostly spending to allow people's access to social services through the PS Gouv that we spoke about very shortly. It was an accelerator or a catalyst for reaching the sustainable development goals in our country with quite significant result in terms of electricity coverage, access to clean water, roads maintenance, and we have these figures on the screen, and availability of school infrastructures, and also in terms of health coverage, health insurance. The strategic diagnosis that has made it possible to make the PND 2021-2025 has helped observe remarkable economic and social progress. However, priority strategic choices are needed, and several challenges have to be overcome, including the need to carry on growth. It was said soon that we have, for a decade, in order to reinforce growth, we need to consolidate it for a decade in order to reduce discrepancies in a substantial way, ensure structural transformation. The other challenge is to increase the level of private investment and the financing of structuring investment in the economy. The challenge is to make all this in an environment of controlled indebtedness with a human capital and productivity of enhanced factors. And also the other challenge is technological innovation.
Ladies and gentlemen, the GPD 2021-2025 with international development, as it was shown on the agenda 2063 of the United African Union, was based on a different perspectives of our Côte d'Ivoire 2030 to the perspective of Côte d'Ivoire 2040. These ambitions were reminded to accelerate the structural construction, improve the GPD in Côte d'Ivoire from here to 2030, and also improve the strategic plan. The pillars, we have here 6 pillars. Accelerating the structural transformation of the economy through industrialization and great development, develop the human capital and promote employment, develop the private sectors and investments, reinforcing, enhancing the inclusion and national solidarity from the social action, and also respond to the challenges of the climatic changes, and also reinforcement of governance. Around these pillars, a certain number of strategies industrial strategies were a certain number of development strategies were prepared, and for that a certain need of investment in infrastructures, also have integrated industrial zones, revalue the potentials of extractive industries, and also enhance enhancing the value chain development policy, promotes employment, develop strategies of support strategies for the structural transformation, and also continue to work on the business climate in order to acquire investors on the local field. This transformation strategy, as we said earlier, we rely on this industrial grape that we have identified on this three level of growth with this with the potential. The grapes I want to remind you very quickly: agro-industry, plastic, chemical and construction materials, pharmacies, and also spare parts of cars. They identify the point on the economic, industry, leisure, and creative industry leisures. The transformation strategies also relied on the implementation of Agropole, which we have identified 9, which has been dispatched in every areas of the country. It is to create a transformation poles for rice cultures in the north of Kabadugu, the transformation port for cashews, cashew.
Academic polls for research and transformation, and also polls the crops, academia and transformation, and also two polls on crops, agriculture and industrial park close to Abidjan, and then that will be done at the port of San Pedro. So around all those polls, we have elaborated a portfolio projects, a PPP project of like public and private one, and we have identified opportunities that we are elaborated upon, and that can be seen in the document supporting the national development plan. I think the different opportunity for investment can be seen on the different sites, and I would like to invite on first and foremost on the site and in the document that we were able to identify it, and which are giving us the different investment opportunities in different sectors of activities. I would like to then for us to have more space for discussions, for us to be in line with our framework, just to give the macro framework with increase of 7.65% averagely. So after the year of 2%, we're still expecting a revival of the economy to have that good rate of investment rate, like to move from 2.2% to 32% in 2025, and overall public investment rates of 7.2%, and a private investment rate of 25% by 2025. We should have overall of investment of more than 52 billions, and have an average icon which can be seen of around 5%, and also maintain those countries who have debt risk, for that to be moderated in by 2023, thanks to the benefit we can get from tax system, and also by extending the minimal taxes, and also have an average rates of tax over the periods 2021-2025. So, Honorable Mr. Prime Minister, this is information which can indicate easily that the macroeconomic framework of our investment is a robust one with taxation pressure rate that that should increase of 3% per year, by like increasing of 12% and then reaching 12.9% by 2025, and maintaining a level of investment and increase foreign investments for us to reach 2.4% by 2025. You can see on the screen the financing charts of which represent 21 billions on the over the period of time, and a consultative group that should help us to meet the gap of that funding. So the for us to reach the goal, we need significant investment, and in doing so, Cote d'Ivoire, we need the input of all, particularly multilateral and bilateral partnership, and also the private investment, in order to revitalize the level of investment. So on that note, I will invite the different stakeholders to assist Cote d'Ivoire in implementing its 2021-2025 national development plans for the goods of those people living on that land. Thank you for your kind and undivided attention. So we're now going to go to the phase for statements and of the participants. We go for pledge, and then we're going to have numbers of multilateral institutions and bilateral institutions who show the needs or intention to take the floor. So we will start with those who are going to go for pledge, for announcements on the financial aspect, and for those who would like to take the floor. Let me start with not alphabetical order, in the order where in which and how those people were contacted. And so the first one will be BOAD. So the representative of that bank, the floor is over to you. Your Excellency, Honorable Prime Minister, the heads of the government of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, Your Excellency, the State Minister, Senior Minister, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, ladies and gentlemen, representative and then the ministers of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, Your Excellency, the Commissioner of YMU, ladies and gentlemen, a representative of the diplomatic corps and a representative of the financial partners, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It's my honor to just take the floor, Your Excellency, Mr. Prime Minister, to renew my deep gratitude of your calling to the West African Development Bank. And I would like to commend you for this UN National Development Plan, to his visions and the one of the head of state, His Excellency Mr. Alassane Ouattara, with his vision of Côte d'Ivoire Solidaire, which is solidarity shown in Côte d'Ivoire. So your access or your work has shown us good result in establishing good national development plans, and this can be seen with the tremendous work which has been implemented, and as it was presented by the Honorable Minister Mrs. Nyabe. So that being contributed in reaching the goals. So through the National Development Plan 2016-2022, with an amount of more than 700 million francs CFA, and it is an overall achievement of more than 63%. So over those two national development plans, I mean the one of 2012 and 2015 and 2016 to 2020, the support of the West African Development Bank is seen as more than 600 billions of CFA. 10% of the overall commitments of that bank in Côte d'Ivoire is dated back to those 10 recent years. This is a proof of the national economic dynamism. So, Mr. Honorable Prime Minister, in order to reach the goals of the National Development Plan 2021-2025, it will be about working together and take up the challenges we are facing. So, through the pillar of the National Development Plan, which is around $100 billion, comparing to the previous one, which represents a share of 70% of the private sector. So Côte d'Ivoire will be expected from its partners an increase of financing and also redesigning of the structure, which can be significantly seen. And for the private sector, Honorable Prime Minister, it is with a great joy that the West Development African Bank commit itself to the National Development Plan 2021-2025 for Côte d'Ivoire, and we hope to bring more commitment in the years to come. On that note, over that given periods, on direct funding, so the bank we bring a contribution of 1 billion of euros in order to help establishing the National Development Plan 2021-2025. So that inputs can be increase of 1.5 billion of euro, and then this represent 30% of the inputs of the bank. So after completing our funding, and as you know, the different officials have committed themselves into. So in that tone, I just want to thank all the Ivorian authorities, and I would like to take advantage of the opportunity given to me to recall all the key stakeholders to go for the completion of that work. So to support the main actions of the government of Cote d'Ivoire, I may say that 60% of our contribution will be directed to that sector. So the bank has already adapted its input intervention by establishing some structure by to be in line with that modern designing of the company. So we want to change the system, the paradigm. So Your Excellency, Honorable Prime Minister, the development of the region should not be waited, and we are at the in an emergency situation. So the bank is committed to deeply participate and commit itself to support the implementations of the National Development Plan in order to better the living conditions of our population. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Representative of the West African Development Bank. We are happy for the statement you've just made. So I'm just going to give the floor to the representative of the World Bank. Now, the floor is over to you. Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Representative of the institutions, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the government, our Vice President express our commitment to support Ivorians towards successful, goal, and then our input or commitment can be seen through figures. So in 2016, the World Bank Group announced overall support of $7 billion, and this commitment has been honored, has been achieved. So from the ambitions of the government with our different colleague, we are working in order to mobilize more than $7.8 billion and $11.9 million for private investment and $6.8 million for public funding. So this commitment shows our needs, our commitment to support innovation in Cote d'Ivoire, and it shows our trust in our authorities and helping them in reaching their goal, and you can rely upon our constant commitments. Thank you, Madam. Thank you. Multilateral 3. We are now giving the floor to the African Development Bank. Your Excellency, Honorable Prime Minister, Head of the Government of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire, Honorable Minister of the Planning and Development, ladies and gentlemen, representative of institutions of Cote d'Ivoire, dear colleague, developing partner, honorable guests, allow me on behalf of Dr. Akishina, the president of the African Development Bank, to renew the interest of our institution for this consultative group on finding the National Development Plan 2021-2025 of Cote d'Ivoire. So the group of National Development Bank would like to commend that National Development Plan, whose main goal is to achieve economic and social transformation, which is necessary to get Cote d'Ivoire in the group of countries with very good levels. So this national development will help in order to find everything that can be like priority by reinforcing the commitment of partners in the field. So this clocks, these meetings are proof of that. So we are very honored to have Cote d'Ivoire as a host country. So the link between the relationship between Cote d'Ivoire and the bank represent a cooperation relationship dated 50 years back, and I may say that the group of African Development Bank aim at preparing with the government that period of time 2023-2025. That strategy will be in line on the priority of the 2021-2025 National Development Plan, in line with the group of the African Development Bank. So throughout that period, the group of the bank aims at mobilizing $4.3 billion by supporting Cote d'Ivoire National Development Plan through very variable, investments. So also the one-stop shop of the African Development Bank, and also co-funding towards different sources that will be mobilized. So that's overall support from the bank over that given period. That is an estimate of more than 2,000 billion of CFA. We represent an increase of more than 82.6% with regard to the support that has been announced. So we think that thanks to a particular increase of the resources of the window of the Development African institutions, so the group of this bank will go over this forecast by saying that without any doubt that the implementation of that 2021-2025 National Development Plan of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire will be a great success. So, Your Honorable Prime Minister, you may note the deep support of the National Development Bank to Cote d'Ivoire, and thank you for your undivided attention. Thank you. The representative of the National African Development Bank. Now I will give the floor over to the Islamic Development Bank. The representative of the bank, the floor is over to you. Thank you so much. Honorable Prime Minister, heads of the government, the Honorable Minister of Planning and Government, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to commend the government for the good quality of the document of the National Development Plan and all the objective inside. The National Development Plan shows the vision of the government of Cote d'Ivoire by promoting sustainable development based on the structural transformation of the economy and a strong growth and sustainable one. In doing so, Cote d'Ivoire will always find first stage partner. So we are committing ourselves in funding that national development plan of 12 millions of US dollars. So 30% is dedicated to the funding of the private sector, the trade, and the insurance guarantee and credit for export. So over this amount of money, so over this period of 2021 up to date, the bank has already found 216 millions of US dollar for the implementation of this project in many sectors. So this contribution is we can add to that more than 700 billions of dollars and some disbursements that are expected. So through this support, the bank is going in line with the development goals of Cote d'Ivoire. It will be about supporting the developments and make available resources, and also reinforce the human capital in Cote d'Ivoire. Thank you so much for your undivided attention. Thank you so much. So, dear representative of, so the next one is the representative of European Union.
Okay. The Prime Minister, Head of Government, Madam Minister of State, President and Vice Chairperson of national and regional financial institutions, members of government, and dear colleague of diplomatic corps. The European Union and Cote d'Ivoire have a strong link. The European Union is the first client and the first supplier of Cote d'Ivoire. For the PND, we had chance that the program of the European Union was in line with the establishment of the PND. So we were able to act and support Cote d'Ivoire in its strategy, that is the National Development Plan. So for the European Union, in the 2 upcoming years, gave about 314 million euro, which is about 300 billion francs CFA, with some additional support that will be done from 2024 and 2027. Now, as I'm the first to speak for the European team, I would like to say this: the contribution of the European Union should be seen together with the contribution of all member states and our bank, the European Investment Bank, who are now going to give the details of the intervention. You know, you see, you have some pieces that are bigger. We have France, for example, and some are smaller. But the whole intervention of Team Europe, this is essentially focused on 3 axes, and the first one is that the European Union support is sustainable. So what we are doing together is the support and the accompaniment for the sustainable cocoa and also the transition of low carbon. It is also a connectivity, an increased connectivity. Africa is our partner and Cote d'Ivoire is also our partner. So we would like to increase that link, that connectivity through different projects. And the third aspect is that we think that Cote d'Ivoire, in terms of stability of the area, is important. So European Union and its team are committed to sustain peace and stability. So ladies and gentlemen, I have honor to announce that on behalf of Team Europe, we are going to mobilize 6 billion euro, which is 4,000 billion francs CFA, to support the implementation of 6 development axes identified by the government. My colleague member states who are going to take the floor are going to give you the details of the contribution. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you, representative of the European Union. And I would like to say that at the end of this meeting, we need to put together the action of Team Europe and its partners to have a global one. But now, as some countries ask for the floor specifically, we are going to give them the floor so that they can state their contribution in detail. Now, we have some intervention written on the paper, and the representative of the United Nations, you have the floor. Mr. Prime Minister, Head of Government, Minister for the Development Plan, and the representative of the European Union. I would like to thank the Ivorian government for the partnership with the European Union, which has been reinforced with a synchronized plan, national plan of development, and the framework of the development for the period till 2025, which reinforced cooperation between the United Nations and Côte d'Ivoire. In the framework of that cooperation, we are seeing a commitment at amount of $600 million European, which is about 4 billion, 64 million francs CFA. And also the fund is allocated for the agricultural development. And in addition to that, the commitment, I would like to state that the commitment is above the commitment already made by the United Nations. I will also like to state that our efforts here, our different institutions are FAO, FIDA, OACHR, the WHO, ONICIDA, PNUD, UNESCO, UNFPA, UN Habitat, UNHCR, UNICEF, amongst others. Under the auspices of the Minister of the Development, the National Development Plan, and the plan that has been created under the United Nations program here in Côte d'Ivoire. So our efforts will be aligned with the 6 national development plan pillars. And we are going to have some integrated and sustainable activities. More than 100 billion are allocated for the agricultural development, 53 billion for the education, and 124 for some other program, and also 44 million for gender equality, and 43 for maritime efforts, and 60 billion of the governmental, effective governmental programs. So the United Nations system for the development remain committed as a technical and support partners for the Côte d'Ivoire government, and our program for the period 2025 till 2025 will be focused on the development program. Thank you. Amongst the multilateral, those who ask to take the floor, according to the list we have, those who ask for the floor are the Bay. So you have the floor. Mr. Prime Minister, Madam Minister for the Development Plan, ministers, ambassadors, dear colleagues, Côte d'Ivoire is a privileged partner, just as has been said by the presence of the regional responsible for Africa. And during that time, we got a fruitful meeting with President Ouattara, and also during the European Union and African Union summit, we had the opportunity to chat and to exchange and share our different priorities. As you know, we have decided to orient our activities here, and our effort, also our support, is in terms of development, public development, is about 60,000 euro. We have projects in different domains. Also, we are focused on the private sector development through development of funds of microfinance institutions. We are also in negotiation with many other banking house. So, as I said, that the private sector is really living here very strong. We are open also for business, and I have the great honor and pleasure to indicate that and confirm also that we will continue to increase our strong collaboration. Thank you for your kind attention. So thank you, BAE. Normally, we will finish with we end the list of the multilateral partners, and now we have the International Monetary Fund, which asks to take the floor, and here's the last multilateral on the list.
His Excellency the Prime Minister, dear Minister of Planning and Development, dear Minister of Economics and Finance, and members of the panel, dear Excellencies, ambassadors, and representatives of the diplomatic corps. First and foremost, allow me to, on behalf of the DG of IMF, to commend you, extend to you a heartfelt gratitude. Namely, Christina Georgina, who could not make it to this venue and be counted in attendance. So she invited you for your kind invitation, and for that, let me kindly thank the Ivorian government for bringing us on board. And so this NDP live up to the expectation of in terms of economic gains and growth. So in mid and short term, therefore we commend your ambitions, and your efforts are laudable. And for that, we've noticed a very great deal that you've given space and time to the private sector to pitch in and make good strides within an enabling business environment. So we commend the Ivorian authorities who deemed it quite fine to upscale, give momentum to its economic initiatives, and notwithstanding the fact that it was affected by the COVID-19 outbreak. So then this from there we've recorded some progress amounting to 7%. And looking at the economic growth outlook, we noticed that they are tremendously okay and fine for us. So when we look at all the annual consultations carried out, and we record some financial records and supports, and also the financial supporters and fund donors have provided funds amounting to $2 billion US with the outbreak of COVID-19, and in that light, we putting spotlights on capacity building and human development through training that we deliver, and in the fields and area of internal resource mobilization. Then we look at public finance with regard to the mobilization of resources on the inside. Then we took stock of all the mechanism whereby this was done through some technical schemes, and this led us to the transformation of crops and also some fiscal reforms as well. So in this area, we have we provided a great deal of technical assistance based, whose agency is based in assistance delivering technical programs. So our institution, with all that, is happy looking at the NDP and looking the good strides made, notwithstanding climate change, and we have the FRDP that has take up the challenges that were posed with regard to climate change and the COVID-19 outbreak. And as I was saying it earlier, this will stand out as a major component for our support to Côte d'Ivoire. Let me first and foremost here acknowledge the fact that Côte d'Ivoire will be eligible to our financial assistance programs. So our report over services delivered in Côte d'Ivoire for 2022 will be publicized very soon in this year. Thank you for your undivided attention. Thank you, dear Rep of international institution like the IMF. So we were kindly asked to allow space and room for people to make some announcements. So we think that these announcements will be made very soon, but all the way, even if some partners have left, we still have some in our room. His Excellency Prime Minister, His Excellency Madam Minister of Planning and Development, dear ministers, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, on behalf of the DG of BDA, Dr. Sidi Mokhtar, I'm honored to extend the gratitude, heartfelt gratitude of our DG to His Excellency Alassane Ouattara, the President of Côte d'Ivoire, with regard to the trust towards our institution. The DG of BDA will be around here. This normally we should be here around in the afternoon, but due to a very tight schedule, he cannot make it, and he couldn't make it even this morning. So with regard to the NDP mentor to outreach the African continent as a whole, and also look into the different challenges facing Côte d'Ivoire, we then commend the Ivorian government because with the whole set of investment required, we will leave no stone unturned for the sake of providing all these investment and making our efforts to do so. So BDA really wants to base its activities on its rate. That is, and also taking stock of all the capital market assets, and we'll make sure that we have interesting rates for Côte d'Ivoire. And when we look at NDP 2022-2025, backed up by the 2030 strategy, our bank really wants to provide investment to the private sector for the sake of making sure that the value chain are developed for SMEs, and with a special focus on the youth and women entrepreneurship. And from there, we'll be shifting to the development of cross-cutting capacities. And for that, our bank really wants to use its instrument and contribute a great deal to the development of people come 2025. And for that, without losing sight of the fact that we have a capacity to mobilize other financial institutions who are part of our coordination group. Having said that, I reiterate the thanks addressed to the government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the representative of BADA. With this announcement, I hereby declare close of the multilateral presentation. Now we are going to present with the bilateral one, and according to my list here, the first country is Japan. We would like to give the floor to the representative of Japan. Thank you, Excellency Prime Minister. On behalf of the Japan government, allow me first of all to pay a brilliant contribute to the government of Côte d'Ivoire. Since the beginning of PND 2021-2025, we already disbursed about 8 million Japan currency, which is about 35 billion francs CFA. Now we have a franc cooperation to be signed by 2025.
So 27.5 billion yens, representing about $213 million to be disbursed during the upcoming years, depending on how the project will move forward. In late May, 2 exchanges of notes about 2 Japanese loan projects with a total amount of 37 billion yens, which is about $290 million, were signed by the 2 governments. The first project is the project for the strengthening of the electrical line, the power line, for the reinforcement of the energy sector, thereby achieving the economic activities in whole. The second project is on the fight against COVID-19, and it is expected to contribute to the strengthening of the health sector and also to the development of the whole human capital. It is expected that in the upcoming years, these funds will be provided to the government of Côte d'Ivoire, depending on the progress made by the in the project. I have the strong conviction that all these projects are in line with the NDP of Côte d'Ivoire, and I hope that these projects are implemented very smoothly and have some synergy effects as an outcome in different sectors. Japan has been supporting the inclusive and sustainable development and growth of Africa through the TICAD process, which is based on 3 pillars: sustainable and inclusive economy, resilient society, peace and stability. Regarding the 3rd pillar, peace and stability, we are fully open to consider the possibility of bringing the support, taking into account the balanced development of each region, including the regions of the north. Japan will organize the 8th session of the TICAD conference in Tunisia at the end of next August. The deep desire of Tokyo is to have the President of the Republic attending that session. It will be a framework of discussion on the ambitions and development actions of Africa, bearing in mind the post-COVID-19 period. Thank you. Thank you. I think as far as the Badia is concerned, normally we should have heard $1 billion instead of 1 million. It is $1 billion, not dollars. Yes, Your Excellency, thank you for putting it right. Yes, it is $1 billion. That is a huge difference, and it was important to give you the floor again to clarify. Normally, we should have proceeded with the bilateral, but I'm being told that the BIDC is in the room and they want to make an announcement, to make a pledge. This multilateral was not on the list, so before we proceed with the list of those who were registered, let's give the floor to the BIDC. So the representative of BIDC, you have the floor. Your Excellency, dear members of the government, representative of institutions, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. On behalf of the President of the ECOWAS Development Investment Bank, Dr. Georges Doncourt, who couldn't make it to this important meeting, to reiterate the undivided commitment of our bank to keep on supporting Côte d'Ivoire, which is the driving force of development in the sub-region. The BIDC is satisfied with the organization of this consultative meeting, translating thereby the commitment of the Ivorian government to the economic transformation, enabling the country to enter the group of middle-income countries. Your bank, the BIDC, which is the financial branch of the ECOWAS, has taken these 2 last years to invest a total amount of $270 million in the agricultural sector, for instance, in the agri-business hub, where we have invested about $110 million together with the AFDB. In the sector of water, we've made pledges of more than $100 million, and in the health sector, about $174 million. In the private sector, the bank is still working for the structuring of some project in cocoa processing, thereby enabling the processing of cocoa in powder, butter. We are also in the processing of cashew through 2 ongoing fundings. Your Excellency, Mr. Prime Minister, I have the pleasure to announce that the BIDC commits to participate in the funding of the NDP up to $550 million, which gives us a total amount of 504 billion CFA francs. The BIDC is mobilized and open to any further project that will support the implementation of the NDP. Thank you for your attention. Thank you to the BIDC. Now let's come back to the list of those who were registered as bilaterals. After Japan, we have France on the list. The next on the list is France, so the representative of France has the floor. The Prime Minister, dear friends, the effort made by Côte d'Ivoire for the last 10 years are very important, and you can see the result. Sustainable growth, good resilience of the economy to the external shock, clear result in the fight against poverty and the trust, reinforcement of the trust by the financial institutions. And with this, we obviously understand that Côte d'Ivoire is on the good track to enter by 2030 the class of middle income countries. And to this regard, the private sector has a huge role to play. Here I want to commend the French companies which are committed and investing in Côte d'Ivoire. Now, regarding the public funds, France has been mobilizing its financial instrument with a specific focus on the development of human capital and the job creation, a balanced regional development, and the strengthening of government and modernization of the state. The loans, public loans, are supporting the major infrastructure project. The funding mechanisms like Propaco also contribute to the development of private sector and investment. Honorable Prime Minister, dear friends, I want to reiterate the will of France to fully support Côte d'Ivoire in the implementation of its public policies, namely the National Development Program. I thereby confirm an amount of funding already provided of an amount of 961 billion CFA francs, and I am also announcing a new amount of 3.204 billion euros, which is 2,116 billion CFA francs. That is the French contribution on over the 21-25 period of 2.690 billion euros, which is 3,077 billion CFA francs. Thank you. Thank you to France for this bilateral assistance. The next bilateral partner on the list is the U.S. So the representative of the U.S. has the floor. Your Excellency, the Prime Minister, honorable ministers, distinguished partners, development partners, dear guests. On behalf of the government of the U.S., I want to commend the effort made by the Ivorian government for the implementation of the National Development Plan, focusing on the reconstruction and the revitalization of the Ivorian economy. The U.S. wants to thank all the development partners for their collaboration. The U.S. has been supporting Côte d'Ivoire through the following programs: focusing on structural reforms, good governance, social and economic infrastructure projects necessary to achieve the 2030 vision of the government. Without any priority, I will begin with the MCC. We thereby reaffirm our commitment to the implementation and the disbursement of the 5-year investment fund between Côte d'Ivoire and the U.S. with an amount of $537 million by 2025. We also reaffirm our commitment to the development of a new compact, a regional compact in Côte d'Ivoire, aiming at regional integration in the field of energy. Now coming to the US aid, with an annual budget of $135 million, we will support the UNDP in the improvement of the health sector, strengthening of democracy and good governance, human rights, as well as the reinforcement of our communities resilient to the extremist violence in order to enhance an inclusive growth in Côte d'Ivoire. The presidential program PEPFAR for the fight against AIDS since 2004 has invested $1.7 billion, will then invest more than $100 million in 2022 for the prevention and ongoing treatment of AIDS infection. Now coming to the USDA, the Agriculture Department, programs with a total amount of 75 million over 5 years. These activities will focus on the improvement of the process for the production and processing of our cashew. Now, in the sector of security, the Biden-Harris administration announced in April the strategy for the prevention of conflicts and promotion of stability. To this regard, Côte d'Ivoire, Guinea, Ghana, Togo, and Benin will benefit from an assistance by the U.S. over a period of 10 years starting from this year. The programs presented here are funded 100% by grants, which will not add anything to the public debt of Côte d'Ivoire. Besides, these programs are aimed at producing structural institutional changes and encourage the contribution of the private sector to the NDP. Only with a cross-cutting approach shall we be able to achieve the objectives of the NDP by including the digital, by also considering gender balance, and also the fight against climate change in order to achieve this so much expected development of Côte d'Ivoire. I thereby reaffirm the support and commitment of the U.S. to the foreign people and to the NDP. Thank you. Thank you very much to the bilateral from the U.S. The next on the line, on the list of bilaterals is Germany, Federal Republic of Germany. Mr. Representative, you have the floor. The Prime Minister of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, dear colleagues, honorable guests, with all protocols observed. During the opening session of the CEO Forum, I've been impressed by the answer of President Akufo-Addo from Ghana to a question which was, what should Africa do in order to have an economic sovereignty? The answer he gave was very clear, and it is something that we have known for years. Still, there are some challenges remaining for each government with a vision that needs to be translated into tangible policies and measures which have to be funded. So, ladies and gentlemen, I warmly commend the Ivorian government for the mobilization of actors of the public and private sectors in order to support the implementation of the ambitious NDP. Germany is open to bringing its contribution to the process of political, economic, and social transformation of its privileged partner in Africa. The total amount of the current portfolio of German cooperation is 660 million euros, which is 34 billion CFA francs, and we are honored to announce that our commitment for the period 21-22 will be up to 230 million euros. That is 65 billion CFA francs. The total of the German contribution will amount to 885 million euros, which equals 580 billion CFA francs. Due to annual budgetary planning, new commitments of about 100 million euros can be expected each year from 2023. Germany is defender of multilateralism, which is still ongoing in the world. We are committed to multilateral partnership, translated here in Côte d'Ivoire through the UN multifaceted system. As we can see all the institutions attending, but we're also part of the team yoga, and also we contributed to 1/4 of the EU support. We are also important stakeholders to the World Bank Group and also to the AFDB attending this meeting. I can remember that with Yassine we were under stress while we were trying to keep up to the good ranking of the bank with our support. Allow me to briefly mention a few aspects of the cooperation between Côte d'Ivoire and Germany. We are supporting transformation and sustainable growth for quality employment with a specific focus on the promotion of the private sector and investment. I really appreciate the programs where we use public means for cooperation with the private sector. Well, I see here pillars 1, 2, 3 of the NDP. The achievement of the development goals in terms of fight against climate change is a joint commitment by our two governments, including the improvement of our biodiversity as per Pillar 5. And this goes through the development of a sustainable energy and improve the access to energy and the investment conditions. Therefore, it is important to develop the renewable energies, and this is done through the construction of the first solar plant in the country in Bundiali, and all these projects are done in the context of fair transition. We also have good governance as per Pillar 6. So, Mr. Prime Minister, as you can see it, we did our job, and we are supporting Côte d'Ivoire, and we will keep on supporting Côte d'Ivoire. We are together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dear Representative in Germany, for your support. The next one on the list of the bilaterals is Canada. So I would like to give the floor to the representatives of Canada. Your Excellency, Mr. Prime Minister, Head of Government, Your Excellency, Minister of Development Planning, Minister of Planning and Development, ladies and gentlemen, members of development partners, ladies and gentlemen, with all protocols observed. Canada wants to thank the action of the National Plan of 2021-2025, which is focusing on the speed of structural transformation of the economy, administration, and governance to make Côte d'Ivoire be for the superior. Okay. Now, Canada want to thank the goal of decrease of poverty, inclusivity, and PND. The impact of the Ukrainian and Russian war on food security and poverty is making the distribution policy and the social nets something so important. Canada wants to commend Côte d'Ivoire for its economic empowerment, social and political inclusion of women. Canada would like to call on the completion of the gender policy and also for the policy towards women and girls who are disabled, women and girls. Canada would like to call on the authorities to deepen their interventions and also to make sure the strategic policies of the states are well planned, but also take into account the gender and include traceability tools and distribution of funds to women, and finally to put in place a collection of data that are reliable and also gender focused policies in order to include all genders. Canada would like to commend Côte d'Ivoire to have targeted the northern area as the priority of PSGov2 in order to provide a response to the residents of the community faced with the security risks at the regional level. Canada will also to encourage the setup of a specific assistance in the north of Côte d'Ivoire in order to strengthen the synergies of intervention. Côte d'Ivoire and Canada are old friends, 60 years old friends, and we are supporting the priorities of the National Plan of Development. Canada has already pledge 107 million in American dollars, around $35 million in the framework of the Abidjan initiative. Canada hopes to mobilize additional funds by 2025. The cooperation regarding the development of Canada focuses on gender equality in intervening in three pillars: human dignity and the reproductive and sexual at the sexual level and gender. I would like to focus on reproductive and sexual life and sexual health for women at the support from Canada in the district of Bassa Sandra for an amount of $9 million. And the second one is access to service for all through the strengthening of the women power in terms of economy, food security, and the diversifying of economic opportunities. It's my pleasure to announce the initiative Women and Cocoa Community of the Consortium Sokosevi and Fondation Gérer la Joie for an amount of $110 million. And also our focus on inclusive equality of rights, on focusing on women and vulnerable and disabled people in the democratic and government process. It has been about private sector. Canada wants to be want to recognize what has been done on the possibility of investment. Canada would like to provide a small push with trade with Côte d'Ivoire and make sure we diversify the presence of Canadian companies demonstrated today. Canada is already present in the mining sector, in renewable energy, infrastructure, education, and we have globally recognized expertise in digital power and the processing of products of cocoa. The Canadian companies are recognized for their responsible conduct of business and development and integration of women in the work environment. I want to take the opportunity to mention that right here we have a representative for the government of Quebec who just to mention that Quebec has a corporate ecosystem and organization which include expertise that can contribute to the achievement of the National Development Plan. As a conclusion, I want to reiterate the support of Canada regarding the emergence ambition of Côte d'Ivoire. I want to commend the government of Côte d'Ivoire for holding this consultative group session. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much, Canada. We only have 4 countries to go at the bilateral level who are shortlisted on our paper. The next country that we have after Canada is Belgium. So the representative of Belgium, could you please take the floor? Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, Your Excellency, Mr. Prime Minister. On behalf of Belgium, I want to thank the degree of ambition of the PND 2021-25, and I want to align with the words of the European Union on behalf of Team Europe. Is a commitment, is not only that, but a willingness to work in partnership and subscribe to the goals of Côte d'Ivoire with regard to the PND. In this context, the Belgium agency is established in Côte d'Ivoire in order to to implement its projects, first in circular migration and cocoa, sustainable cocoa, but also for other opportunities. I want to commend the willingness of Côte d'Ivoire to be supported by the private sector mentioned by a lot of speakers. That should be the catalyst at the country level. But not only that, we have a lot of Belgian companies that have created a lot of employment and is aligning with is supported by the Belgian donors. So we have some partnerships that are coming up in cooperation in the sector of agri-industry for construction equipment and everything related to the PND. But before all, we want to see the inclusion of the Ivorian private sector. We already invest in the pipeline more than 20 million euro in the project aligned with the PND, and we want to invest in local processing and financial inclusion, and we want to share a sustainable vision, specifically in the cocoa sector, and the partnership for the Belgian companies will continue. So it's with a lot, with full support to the economic transformation and the country ambition that I want to commend the Minister of Planning for initiative and commitment. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to Belgium. We continue with the next bilateral on our list, Great Britain. Great Britain, you can grab the mic, dear lady. You have the mic. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, United Kingdom would like to congratulate the government for the progress made in implementation of your past PND. We also want to recognize commitment made with regard to the new PND. We are still committed to support you all in your efforts. We specifically want to underline the importance of placing women and girls at the center of your efforts, and we want to commend the goal of this PND to mitigate the inequalities among genders. Last month, United Kingdom published our new strategy, international development strategy, which include investment in order to assist the development of partners. We have 3 specific tools of partnership regarding British investment that are already active in Côte d'Ivoire. I am happy to have representatives of each one of us here in this room First of all, British International Investment, and which was known as CDC in the past, is the financial institution of development of the United Kingdom. It has been investing in Côte d'Ivoire for more than 50 years. For instance, the Azito power. We are power plant. We are determined to continue investing in Côte d'Ivoire in the future, including in the area of renewable energy at large scale and access to energy and energy efficiency. I would like to thank, we think we're going to get established in Côte d'Ivoire very soon. Next is UK Export Finance. It's a tool which is targeting exports and British investment towards Côte d'Ivoire. The support of infrastructure projects, around 354 pounds in Côte d'Ivoire, among which projects of construction of hospitals. We currently dispose of 1.4 billion pounds to sustain the new activity plan, and we are already discussing with the government. Finally, the United Kingdom is the main donor of private investor development group, along with other donors, Netherlands, Sweden, and Switzerland. It's a developer and investor of innovating investing project which mobilizes private investment in sustainable infrastructure and inclusive. And then we are in the energy project and in the road transport project. Dear Mr. Prime Minister, in all our endeavor, we'll still continue to put a special emphasis on the support provided to the civil society organizations in Côte d'Ivoire so that they can contribute to the implementation of the PND. The United Kingdom would also like to support women and girls in order to unleash their potentials and also be protected from from violence, and make the commitment on climate change following COP26 in Glasgow and COP15 in Abidjan, and keep on collaborating in the health sector. Allow me to wrap up by wishing full success to the government with this PND, and I am really happy of our continuous collaboration to this end. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for the Great Britain intervention. Now the next bilateral on the list is Spain. Let us give the floor to the representative of Spain. Honorable Prime Minister, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Spain, in the first place, would like to congratulate your government for this initiative, and we want to consider this national plan of development 2021-2025 as a great opportunity to collaborate with Côte d'Ivoire. As the President Alassane Ouattara said the day before yesterday, with the opening of the Africa CEO Forum, we also want a mutual interest partnership between the private sector and the public sector. As a member of the European Union, Spain is rejoicing to note that the commitment of Team Europe with Côte d'Ivoire is strengthening our partnership and is supporting the implementation of PND. Honorable Prime Minister, Côte d'Ivoire has won back again in the sub-region its traditional position as a priority partner for the private sector in Spain. The economic trade, even though the pandemic and the global challenges have continuously increased, like in agri-industry, access to water, or digital transformation, bilateral agreement, which is right now being discussed, will very soon be able to boost the potential of the Spanish private sector. Mr. Prime Minister, like you know, Spain has formalized a program of conversion of debt in Côte d'Ivoire that include the cancellation of debt for amount of 100 million euro and another of 50 million euro. Through these programs, which supposes an important effort from the Spanish taxpayer, my country has showed its commitment to Côte d'Ivoire and its social and economic development. With regard to these programs, we have agreed to fund investment project in the area of power and public sector of water and sanitation. As of today, funding has been approved for 100 projects for an amount of more than 30 million euros. These are projects that are part of the priority of PND. Finally, and within the financial cooperation, I want to announce here and now that Spain envisages to participate to the management of the Waka coastal line in cooperation with the World Bank, and the negotiations are pretty much advanced. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we keep on with the bilateral who requested the floor. Switzerland, we are going to give the floor to the representative of Switzerland. Your Excellency, Mr. Prime Minister, distinguished invitees, with all protocols observed, on behalf of the Swiss government, I want to thank the government of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire for the opportunity granted unto this sister country to explain and announce the cooperation programs. But in the first place, allow me to commend you for developing this well-targeted PND around clearly defined priority, which demonstrates clearly the vision of the country towards emergence. So Switzerland wants to support a certain number of development projects. Many have started and some will start this year. This project targets a social project with emphasis on youth employment, decent work conditions, the work against child labor. A special emphasis is put on the indirect actions to the cocoa sector. Another our program is another program in the northern area with the umbrella organization and the training of youth. This type of action is subscribing to regional project structure which benefit not only to Côte d'Ivoire but some of its neighboring countries. To that you should add the regular contribution to scientific research and the national funds for research and technology and innovation of the Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research. On all the period since 2022, Switzerland is going to commit around 32 million Swiss francs, around 1 billion CFA francs. This is a portfolio of projects which achievement in a progressive manner will be done in consultation with the different sector ministries and that are aligned on the priorities of PND. The Swiss companies are not lagging behind. There are numerous, around 40 in Côte d'Ivoire, that are investing on a regular basis in the country, that are creating some work possibilities. These different commitments are subscribing to the wish of Switzerland to support Côte d'Ivoire on the pathway of emergence and also on the crucial role it has in the region. Thank you. Thank you, dear lady. Thank you on behalf of Switzerland. The next one on the list is the Republic of South Korea. So I would like to give the floor to the representative of South Korea. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister and dear Minister of Planning and Development, ladies and gentlemen, and all the members of the government of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all the diplomatic corps and all the partners of development. The Republic of Korea is really looking in a good manner the progress that Côte d'Ivoire has made economically and development-wise through the PND, first PND, and we also want to recognize the efforts made by the government of the Côte d'Ivoire, what they have deployed with regard to the PND. Korea has achieved in Cote d'Ivoire various projects, mainly focusing on the area of health and education, including the building of the National Center of Oncology and Radiotherapy, which is amounting to $110 million, and also the Sporting Center and ITC center called Alassane Ouattara that has been inaugurated in 2021. Our government wants to identify new projects with regard to cooperation in relationship with the PND 2021-2025. The Korean government also want to utilize the UDCF Economic Development Cooperation Account, which is the loan program from Korea, in order to subscribe to the PND 2021-2025. And mainly regarding the projects of large-scale infrastructure in the area of energy, health, and ITC. The volume of loans will be decided depending on the consultation among the two governments on the short list of projects, the priority projects that are suggested by the government of Cote d'Ivoire. My government is expecting the short list of projects and would like to start the consultation once possible when the list of projects is ready. Also, our embassy will continue on its own to look for new grants in collaboration with the government of Cote d'Ivoire and COICA, the International Development Agency of Korea. And with regard to the private sector, the government is making efforts to push and ask Korean corporations to invest in Cote d'Ivoire and look at the dynamics grow in among both countries. This is why businessmen, including 10 companies, came to Cote d'Ivoire this month during the CEO Business Forum. We'll keep up with this type of initiatives. What we want is that the PND 2021-2025 to be rolled out with success, and this would allow the Ivorian society and the economy to move forward, and also to make sure our relationship are better consolidated. Thank you. Thank you.
So for other bilaterals, I would like to make any new announcement. So during the different exchange and debates that we have had, one bilateral wished to take the floor without necessarily making an announcement, but wants to take the floor during this work. So I'm going to now give the floor to China. The representative of China, you have the floor. Peut-être nous sommes les tout derniers et pas les moindres. Excellence, Mr. Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, Côte d'Ivoire is a very good friend and a country of a lot of potentials, and the country is an important partner of China in Africa. And China will continue to accompany Côte d'Ivoire in the implementation of its plan, its national development plan. In 2021, we had the COVID-19 pandemics. Instead, Chinese financial institutions decided to fund $336 million American dollars in their in their power plant project. 200 million in the project of capacity building when it comes to road building in the western part of the country. And $240 million United States dollar in the project of 7 of training centers, professional training or vocational training centers. So, following the opening ceremony of the 8th conference of the forum on the cooperation with African and Chinese held in Dakar, the Chinese President, Mr. Xi Jinping, announced that China will work in straight collaboration with African countries to be able to implement a 5-year plan of 9 programs. And this plan plans to have important initiatives for 3 years to come. For example, China will carry out for Africa 10 health projects, 10 poverty reduction program, and 10 programs for industrializations and the promotion of employment, and 10 projects for digital economic, and also 10 projects for environmental projects, and to be able to fight against climate change, amongst others. China will then give assistance to Africa to build and to renovate for the promotion of investment. China will encourage enterprises to invest $10 billion USD in Africa, and also have a credit line of $10 billion US for financial institutions in Africa, and will also support in prioritizing the development of SMEs within Africa. From my knowledge, Chinese enterprises have decided to invest 200 million US dollars to build more manufacturers for transformation of agricultural raw materials, rubber, palm oil, cotton, and etc. Another Chinese enterprise will build a central technical station to be able to trade in the form of pillars, and the amounts will be around some 500 million euros. The initiative of collaborations that I have listed will go in the same line as the National Development Plan of 2021 to 2025. And so the Chinese parts would like to strengthen and also exchange with their foreign counterparts, so that our different achievements of our Dakar conference will benefit more and more for Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you very much for your undivided attention. We have ended with the list of bilateral partners that have been registered on our list of those who should be taking the floor. And so we are receiving announcements and pledges either or comments or suggestions. So the less part of our bilateral discussion will be for that. I think there have been some announcement. So even if it's global for Africa and a few for Cote d'Ivoire for forthcoming projects. But do we have any other bilaterals or multilaterals present during this present session who wish to take the floor for announcements or comments? Yes. We have the representative from India and the representative from YMO. You have the floor, the representative from India. Merci de m'avoir donné la parole. Je n'ai pas assez de vœux à faire, mais j'aimerais juste saluer vraiment le lead que la Côte d'Ivoire a pris pour avoir vraiment cette réunion consultative, ce qui nous a permis à ce pays, qui est un île d'une croissance économique qui fonctionne. Quand une croissance comme il le faut, il se doit. Et donc, j'aimerais aussi faire mention que nous avons déjà traversé vraiment de temps très Thank you to the representative of India. Now you have the floor. C'est ça? Je sais pas où on changeait. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the government, honorable invitees, it is with a lot of pleasure that we responded to the invitation of the Ivorian government to be a part of the present meeting. So, like you can now see, Mr. Prime Minister, with YMON for now. It's not like the other partners, no announcement for now. We are very satisfied with the high involvement of the West African Development Bank as a specialized body of this union. So, for this, we would like to congratulate ourselves, the President of the African Development Bank, for this high involvement and announcement that has been made shortly. Mr. Prime Minister, I'm not going to come back on the certain number of points that has been highlighted here in the precedent speeches, but I think these are things that are known. So when we come from our GDP, our community GDP, 36% of our own resources, a very important part of our community trade, to say that Côte d'Ivoire is the first economy of the Union, and this meeting today, it is for Côte d'Ivoire, sure, but it also concerns us for this reason. This is why I am here, and this is why I have mentioned this. I would like to congratulate the Ivorian authorities, Mr. Prime Minister, for the organization of this advisory meeting here in Abidjan. I think in our zone, SF area, from my part, there should be the first of its kind. I've had the opportunity in the past to coordinate other advisory groups for my country, but it was always in foreign lands. I've never had the opportunity to organize that in Dakar. So the fact of organizing this advisory group here in Abidjan, and I think that should inspire the other members of the union, and this should go beyond. Another aspect, Mr. Prime Minister, is the National Development Plan. Is a major project. I've had the opportunity a few years ago to be a part of the Forum on Immersions, where I accompanied the President Macky Sall as the advisory minister to be a part of exchanges that were very important, with real challenges and a vision that was actually saluted by everyone. And I remember the President Alassane Ouattara launched a challenge to Macky Sall to be able to shorten the date, that talking about the emergence of a Senegal for 2035, and the President Alassane Ouattara suggested to have that to be done, to be able to bring that date to 5 years earlier than 2035. And I think the first two phases of the NDPs has been detailed by the Prime Minister, shows that Côte d'Ivoire is on the right path. And the National Development Plan is the object of our meetings for this period, 2021-2025, and it's actually one of the objectives of our meetings. And with the different pillars that have been detailed out, shows that Côte d'Ivoire is on the right path. And this good path for Côte d'Ivoire is equally the good path for the Union and for YMO. I was saying shortly that Côte d'Ivoire is the first economic for YMO, and not only in figures, but because Côte d'Ivoire is one of the countries that has good performances in terms of transpositions of our community text. And I think this is very important to underline. The first country of the Union ensure transpositions and applications of our community text, and this actually gives a kind of a comfort to its leadership to be able to push all the other states to move forward in this area of integration when it comes to economical integration. Another area where I wanted to put emphasis, which is very important, in our zone and beyond, is the part of the private sector in funding of this particular national development plan. And so looking at the percentage, and I think this is very important that we need to salute, and it has been saluted by most of the partners here present with YMO. This enters into line with what we are trying to do. We have a strategy for the development of the private sector. We have texts that are ongoing to strengthen the partnership, public and private partnership. These texts have ended, they are completed. We just need a few elements for reading to be able to submit them to the Ministerial Council. And the Ivorian ministers who are member of our boards are aware of the situation. We have few things to settle to approve this text for the promotion of the private sector. So what we have planned in this plan is in line with what we are doing within YMO. So I think this is an opportunity to salute the involvement of Ivorian authorities in the work of this particular union. Their commitment is total, is whole. They are assisting us every day in the actions that we define and also in its implementation. So Côte d'Ivoire, by this program that has been examined and for which we do hope in the summary from the Prime Minister, and we might have very variable surprises, like it has been said, and that will be for Côte d'Ivoire, and it will also be for the economic union within West Africa, YMO. So, Mr. Prime Minister, I would like to thank you once more for this invitation, and also thank all the Ivorian authorities and partners here present for this important program for all of us. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, I do believe following this first step of our different pledges and exchange, I don't see any other hand in the air for interventions or comments, either for bilateral or multilaterals. So with your permission, I'm now going to pronounce a final word and a conclusion of this section, for this morning's section, before we go for lunch. And we'll understandably after lunch we were going to have sections with panels that will be conducted by different ministers. Mr. The Inspector, General Inspector, Madam the Minister of State, Ministers, and Excellency representative from multilaterals and bilaterals, ladies and gentlemen, where we are ending this session of our efforts when it comes to the funding of the NDP for 2021-2025, consecrated to the presentation of the vision of development of our country and to the announcements. I'm happy to address to all of you and every one of you on behalf of His Excellency the President of the Republic, Mr. Alassane Ouattara, my high gratitude and my profound gratitude for your participation as well as your support to the efforts of development of our country. Your massive presence and distinguished presence have added to the quality to our exchange and has translated without doubt the high esteem and the confidence that you have given to the Ivorian government and to the people of Côte d'Ivoire. I would like to particularly thank you, all the brother and sister countries of Côte d'Ivoire, and all the community of our partners, bilateral partners and multilateral partners for development. The success for which we have just been a witness of, with going beyond our different mobilization of our financial resources, is the fruit of the work of every one of us. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this time of our work, I would like to congratulate myself that the invention of our country declined through the NDP 2021 and 2025 translation of the vision of 2030 of unified Côte d'Ivoire of the President of the Republic, Mr. Alassane Ouattara, be understood, shared, and supported by all. Dear friends of Côte d'Ivoire and partners for development, investors, economic representatives from all horizons, we are expecting from you to concrete the announcement and declaration that has been registered, as well as the intentions that have been manifested during these different meetings. To that effect, it will convey to remind that the first articulation of our advisory group.
This consultative group meant to investment have gone far above our expectations for an amount, expected amount of 15 billion US dollars. With 9,000 billion CFA has been received, without taking into consideration some kind of special announcements and some partners who are not in our midst. So then we've obtained 26.1 billion US dollars. Dear friends of Côte d'Ivoire and development partners, as far as private project funding is concerned, whose proceedings are ongoing with parallel sessions after our lunch break, we've noticed to a great deal that you've deployed tremendous efforts. This is a translation of how potentially promising is Côte d'Ivoire as part of win-win partners towards the achievement of our development goals. Dear financial and technical partners, dear private partners, with your kind permission, I would like to commend more specifically the team in charge of preparing the NDP, and also the one that has piloted all the operations, namely the Madam Minister of in charge of planning and development, and all as collaborators. During the past weeks and months, they left no stone unturned, they saved no efforts, and they deploy tremendous efforts towards achieving this goal, organizing this meeting. So, as compared to preceding sessions, I say kudos to you for your pledges, and based on that, will achieve the different objectives, goals set forth by the government. This is what will take us to the operationalization of all these investments, and of course, which will live up to your expectations. On our own, as far as we're concerned, we hereby affirm that all these resources are expected to reach exceptional thresholds based on the trust you entrusted in the government. With regard to business relations that have been tied here and developed here, through my voice and voicing the expectation of all government, we should fruitful deliberations in this afternoon, and we so much believe that we'll live up to our expectations. Looking at what you've done this morning, we so much believe that you will go extra mile in this afternoon. So, on behalf of our president, Mr. Alassane Ouattara, we thank you. Your efforts are laudable, and the Ivorian government and the Ivorian people welcome you. So we bid you a safe journey back home to you. Thank you very much for all you've done. Thank you. Thank you. As with the closing remarks of these morning sessions, then we'll make some announcements over the different pledges that have been made through the media and the press. On that note, you are kindly invited to lunch. And because this lunch is meant to let's say thank you for all these pledges that have been made, and for those who are still waiting, your pledges are still welcome in the afternoon session. Thank you very much.